Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 10th Annual Cholangiocarcinoma Foundation Conference. We are very excited to have in-person and virtual attendees. And I want to very first introduce the CCF staff to you, not individually, but I'd like them to stand. And I want you to notice these green clipboards. Hold up your clipboards. Okay, these are the people who are here to help you in the next 3 days. They have every room number, everything that you need to get where you need to go. Just look for the green clipboards. And then we're all wearing our conference shirts. And if you haven't seen the conference shirt, a patient last year sent me a shirt that said Hope Dealer on it. And I thought, you know what? That's the title for me, Hope Dealer. And so that's our conference shirt. You can get them out front if you would like to join us. I want to give just a few housekeeping items before I share with you just a little bit of hope and a little bit of overview of the conference. There are surveys, ways to chat and connect with other patients on the virtual platform, so please feel free to take advantage of those, and any of the staff can help you do that if you have questions. We have networking and a bingo card, so you can go to the different exhibit hall. You go to the exhibit hall and talk with the sponsors, get stamps. There's prizes. There are all kinds of things. We're really grateful to our sponsors. I'm going to show you a slide in a minute of who they are so that you can thank them. Also, the patient and caregiver lounge is 150, room 150, A, B, and C. It's beautiful. It's a relaxing place where you can go if you just need to take a minute or if you just need to rest. Just go there, or if you just want to visit and participate in some of the activities there. We're thankful to the Fleischers and to the committee who helped us put that lounge together. Thank you so much. And for our sponsors who sponsored that lounge. Couple other things. There are several things for you to participate in the next 3 days. One of them is the GWAS. Matt, would you stand up, please? Matt Cooley is a researcher from Mayo Clinic. We have partnered with Mayo Clinic for 10 years on the GWAS study. One of the first questions we get asked, every patient asks, is, what about my children? What about my grandchildren? And this is what the GWAS is giving us. The more patients, both cholangiocarcinoma patients and those without, enter in and participate in this study, the more information that we can get about the genetics and other important parts of the research that we want to understand better. Also, there's a heredogene from IHC is here. They are participating as well. There is one blood draw if you want to participate in the GWAS, and it goes to 2 studies. You can help in 2 ways. And so we would love to have you do that if you would consent to do that. The other is our relationship with Invite Citizen. This is the CCF patient registry. Where's Connor? I don't see them in the room yet, but the Invite team is here, and they are here to help you. This is one of the ways that we can work together closely as a community to really move the research forward, to get these researchers the information that they need to do the work. Also, you probably noticed in the mailroom, on the back half of that is the service project. We are doing 2,500 newly diagnosed kits for patients who come into our portal, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later. At any time during the conference, you can just go back and assemble those kits. Everything's laid out for you. It's very simple. It'll take you a minute, but this entire community can work together to help provide something for these newly diagnosed patients that will help them. Okay, here we go. Okay, So the 10th annual conference, we have patients from 33 countries. We have every state represented except Alaska, Mississippi, North and South Dakota, and Wyoming. Oh, okay. I blame that on Rick. Sorry. Thank you for the correction, I appreciate that. So more than 500 in person and more than probably about 600 virtually. And could I get a tissue, please? Sorry. Okay, thank you. And this is my sister, Kelly. Yeah, just there. Okay, and don't get uncomfortable with crying because that's just me and that's gonna happen. So we could not do this event without our sponsors. We are so grateful. And if you have been following the foundation for a long time, you know that we were begging pharma to jump into this space and create some drugs and develop drugs for you. And look at that list. Please. One of the other things that you can do is visit them in the exhibit hall and please thank them. Please thank them for developing drugs. It's very difficult. There's a high bar. And as the foundation, we've been trying to lower that bar to let these drug companies jump in and work in this space. And so many of them have taken this on. We're so grateful. Okay. 2014, this was the first annual conference. This is Dr. Abu Alpha. Dr. Abu Alpha and his wife, Eileen O'Reilly, both at MSKCC, helped us develop the book, 100 Questions and Answers for Patients. It was a really nice process to work through, and as we were considering how we were gonna move things forward, I asked Dr. Abu Alpha if he would chair our first scientific and medical advisory board. And as we were talking about what we wanted to do and how we would do it, and we were talking about we needed to have a conference, we needed to bring people together. And these are pictures from our first conference. Dr. Abu Alpha, people ask me all the time, why do we have this conference in Salt Lake City? That's because that's where Dr. Abu Alpha wanted it. Not because I live here. He wanted it to be a destination meeting like San Antonio is for breast cancer. And so that's what we did. And we had this in a little conference area up at the Huntsman Cancer Center, and there were about 50 of us. There were no patients there, just doctors and researchers from all over. That was the very first conference. And if you can imagine, when you look here today, you can see the little pulpit. Where's my, oops, sorry. Right there, that little pulpit. We had a little Velcro picture of the foundation, and that was it. We stuck that up there, it kept falling off. That was the first conference. So thank you to everyone who's helped us, who's worked with us, who's volunteered their time and effort so that we can be here today in this magnificent building. These are the chairs through the years. You can see some of the greatest scientists and clinicians working in this cancer have all volunteered their time to be here and to help you. And the numbers just keep increasing. So you can see just a few pictures and different things that over the years, 59, our first number, and now well over 1,000. So I want to talk with you just about the beginning of advocacy. It's my brother Mark and his wife Marianne and their 3 children, and you can see their 4th child was born 2 months after Mark was diagnosed. Marianne's holding baby Lucas in her arms. He was diagnosed when he was 38 in the fall of 2005. And this is me and my sister Kelly and my youngest sister Amy, and we were his advocacy team. And we went to bat for him, trying to find out everything that we could for him, just like you're doing for your loved ones, and just like you're doing as a patient. I'm just going to share a little bit of what this has looked like in the last 10 years. This was 17 years ago. So as we became formally organized, Our first advocacy efforts, and many of you will remember Marianne Schwartz. Marianne's husband passed away from cholangiocarcinoma, and she was a fighter. And she was in it, and she was in it for the patients. She had the honor of being the first patient advocate ever to serve on the NCI task force. And Dr. Alan Van Nook from UCSF helped appoint her to that because he was on our scientific and medical advisory board and knew that we needed to have a place there. She served fearlessly for the patients, and she trained Melinda. And she was a great mentor and a great researcher and studier. Marion worked with us for years, and just a couple months after she retired, she passed away from lung cancer. But she gave everything that she had for this community. So we started with the discussion board, and many of you know that. This year, after 16 years, we archived the discussion boards. There are about 55 unique users who were on the discussion boards regularly, and almost 84,000 threads. A lot of information there. This is saved. It will never go away. It's not active, so you can't continue to post. Most of you work together on social media, but all of the information that's there is still available and is archived. We're so grateful to Rick, who, when I was trying to connect with other patients and caregivers and researchers, and I said, Rick, how am I going to do this? He said, we'll set up a discussion board. I don't know what a discussion board was. This was in 2005, but this was the beginning. And I should say thank you to Marion, to Gavin Strachan, to Mary Ott, to Lainey Sardina, to so many who moderated those boards for years and helped patients navigate their treatment pathway. Just some more pictures there of early, and I wanted to show you what advocacy looks like today. You can see there on the left that Melinda and her team are serving on multiple task forces, steering committees. They're advocating in every possible way they can, updating standards at the NCCN, all over the place. And then I'm serving as well in several of those different steering committees. We're doing everything we can to connect with other organizations. We always want to collaborate. That's just our best pathway forward. And so, this gives you a better idea of what's happening across the globe. These are some of the organizations that are working in this space that we partner with regularly. We have, over the last year and a half, almost 2 years now, been working with a Japanese Cholangiocarcinoma Foundation, the DAISY Foundation. It has been an absolute joy to watch them. We work with them, quarterly. What do they need? We don't want anyone to have to reintroduce the will, right? We want to help. We want them to stand on our shoulders. We want them to translate the materials they have. We know that patients are best served within the country where they reside because those advocates understand the healthcare systems. They understand the different issues that are unique to each country. But we want to help them in any way we can. So Russia, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Italy, these are all groups that are up and coming that we're trying to support and help. And these are just some general pictures of different advocacy things that we've been doing over the last 10 years. So I want to talk a little bit about industry because you saw the sponsors. When we were really working to get these companies to come into this space, the very first company that jumped in was Agios, which is Servier now, and they're here today. And that's Susan Pandia. You can see in that picture, her aunt passed away from cholangiocarcinoma, and this was personal for her. And it was personal for us, and we were so excited. And we worked with them all completely through their FDA approval and beyond now. And now we're working on a white paper about our experience with them about using crossover for the patients so that they could get their trial approved, get it accrued, and get it approved. We're really proud of our work with industry, and this just represents the very first partner who came and worked with us. So this is another company that we've worked with since 2017. We have timelines like this for all of the companies that we work with. We want to document the work, and I know you can't read what's on that what's on that list. But that is dozens and dozens and dozens of interactions. That's patient advisory boards, physician advisory boards, patient education resources that we help them develop, patient webinars, surveys, all kinds of things that we're working with to help educate you about options that might be available for you. So what does that mean over the years? It means in the last 2.5 years, 5 FDA approvals specific for cholangiocarcinoma patients. And I thought this was a great slide that just shows the timeline. I want you just to see from, right, ABC02, this is Juan Vallée and John Bridgewater in the UK. This is where we get our GEMSIS standard of care. And look at that, you're looking at the red. So look at the red, those are the FDA approvals. And you look, and then 2017, we get a solid tumor approval, right? And then 2020, and boom, 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 boom. And the pipeline is full. Many drug companies are developing drugs for you. And also in solid tumors, there are so many opportunities for patients. And please, if you are confused and you're not sure how to navigate that, please talk with Melinda and her team, and they will help you. They will help you learn how to navigate clinicaltrials.gov. So today, I'm announcing that we are working on a collaboration on a new patient-centric clinical trial, which is going to make more targeted therapy opportunities for you. And this is a CCF initiative in collaboration with GCAR, which is a nonprofit CRO, and then several of the investigators. And there are several meetings this week. On Friday from 12:25 to 1:05 p.m. in 150G, there's a meeting there that you can attend and get more information. They're going to talk briefly. They have 15 minutes in the general session from 3 to 3:15. And then Thursday and Friday, for all the drug companies, the investigators, anyone who wants to go in and have a meeting with them about this clinical trial, you're going to be able to go and do that. So there's going to be more information coming. It isn't named yet, but it's coming, and this is going to be really exciting for us to all work together on something really important. So we're really excited about this. We're going to talk just a little bit about patient advocacy, support, and education, because patients are the heart of all we do. And I want to talk about the newly diagnosed program. This is a program that we started in 2021, and I think many of you probably found the foundation coming through that portal. 1,600 of the care kits that you are putting together have been distributed since that time, August of 2021. We have a health data partner, Komodo Health, and we can see, through the claims data, we can see how many newly diagnosed cholangiocarcinoma patients come in to the insurance, the claims system. So this will not account for patients who do not have insurance. But what we see is about 244 newly diagnosed patients are coming through that system every week, okay? We are capturing 25 of those every week come into our newly diagnosed portal. We have a big gap there that we're trying to address. We send out emails. We don't see the patients. We don't see individual patient data. What we see is the provider data. We see the providers that are putting those codes in when they have a newly diagnosed cholangiocarcinoma patient. And so we send emails to them, we send videos to them, right? We send Melinda sending a video to them. Please let these patients know that there are long-term survivors. There's hope. Let us connect you with some specialists to the primary oncologist, and let the patients connect with us so that we can connect them with you, with this community. So lots of very exciting things happening there. Part of the newly diagnosed program is a survey that goes out to the patients, and 68% of those patients, of the 100 that are coming into our system monthly, 68% of those want to be directly contacted by the foundation. They want to talk to Melinda and her team. They want more information. They need help. Almost 70%. 49% of those had biomarker testing. Those numbers are going up, and we're really happy to see that, although we know that for many of you that's still not the case, and we're working on that. You can see that 81% are white, non-Hispanic, and we would love your ideas on how we can reach out farther into the community, into community oncology. Whether that's languages, translated materials, we're always trying to reach out. We really want to help those patients that need our help. So if you have any thoughts and ideas, please talk with a staff member, and we would love to hear your thoughts on that. So the other statistic that is probably not startling to you as a patient, but I hope that our industry partners and everyone else in the room can understand that 83% of the patients who answer those surveys have severe to moderate anxiety. So I wanted to just share with you some of the programs. We understand this. Every board member and all of the staff, we're watching patient videos regularly, or we've experienced it ourselves. We know what anxiety is. We understand that because we've been through it ourselves. So let me just share with you a couple of the programs. I'm sure you're all, if you're not familiar with Cholangio Connect, then you need to get connected. This was a program that a young father with a young child whose wife passed from cholangiocarcinoma wanted to connect with another young father with a child. He needed help, and he couldn't find the specific help that he needed. So he had a vision of this program, and Patty Maxon came in and made it happen. So to date, from 2017, we have made 921 mentor-mentee matches. And just in January of 2023, we saw a 77% increase in mentor requests. If you have the capacity to be a mentor, even if you feel like you're not qualified, you totally are. You're not giving medical advice, you're just being a listening ear, mostly, and we will train you, we will help you, we will give you the support you need. We need your help. If you know other long-term survivors who would be interested or would be willing, we would love to have them help support other newly diagnosed patients through the Cholangio Connect, or caregivers. We do support for caregivers too, that's caregivers and patients. So, okay, the other part of this is educational webinars and virtual support groups. We've had 53 educational webinars, and we have an average viewership of about 350 views. We do virtual support groups. There's a patient support group, there are caregiver support groups, there's a Canadian support group, there's a Spanish support group, there's a veteran support group, and there's a bereaved support group. The average attendance in those is about 25 per, but I would say I've attended a couple of I attend them regularly, and I like to listen in, and I have to just kind of keep my finger on the pulse of what's happening. Many of them have been 50 or more that I have attended. So these are very popular, and we're trying to address your needs and help you with the things that you need help with. And grateful to Melinda, Lourdes, and Emma who run those support groups. The Nutrition and Cholangiocarcinoma book was published in July of 2022, and we've distributed well over 1,000 copies. This is a great resource, and one of the top 3 things that patients ask us when they come into this space is, what do I need to be eating or not eating? You know, what direction do you have for nutrition? And so this book addresses all of that. It was done in partnership with the Oncology Dietitian Practice Group, and it's specific to cholangiocarcinoma patients. This is the 100 Question and Answers book from Dr. Albo Alpha and Dr. O'Reilly. We've distributed well over 7,000 copies, and this is just a great basic. It's simple to read. There are lots of graphics and things in there to help you understand the disease better. So please, these are all free. Both the nutrition book and the 100 Questions and Answers are free for patients. You can download it if you'd like, or we have physical copies as well. A lot of educational videos. And some of them, we have multiples that are offered in different languages: English, Spanish, Japanese, Korean, Mandarin, and Thai. And we're working on more translations. And today, you're going to see the next brand new video in the series. And this one is on immunotherapy. So I'm hoping this is going to work.
Immunotherapy for cancer. Immunotherapy is a type of cancer treatment that uses a person's own immune system to help fight cancer. You already know that your immune system can help protect you from bacteria, viruses, and other foreign substances. This is done through a complex network of organs, proteins, and white blood cells that work together to recognize and destroy invaders without harming your body. Your immune system actually has the ability to find and destroy cancer cells too. But since these cells evolved from healthy cells, they have lots of ways to evade the immune system. Cancer cells can impersonate normal healthy cells, so the immune system ignores them. Just like healthy cells, cancer cells can stop immune cells from attacking them by showing a protein on the surface of their cells that basically puts the brakes on the T cells of the immune system. And even when the immune system tries to fight cancer cells, the immune response may not be strong enough. Immunotherapies can enhance the immune system so it can see and attack cancer cells. There are many different types of immunotherapy for cancer, and they each work in different ways. For example, monoclonal antibodies are designed to mark specific features found on cancer cells, so these cells can be seen and destroyed by the immune system. Checkpoint inhibitors are a type of monoclonal antibody. Checkpoint inhibitors release the brakes on the immune system so it can attack cancer cells. Cell therapies boost the power of immune system cells to fight your cancer. In CAR T-cell therapy, for example, T cells are taken from your body, then re-engineered at a special manufacturing facility to give them a new receptor that can target a specific protein found on cancer cells. The re-engineered T cells are then returned to your body to generate an immune response. And cancer vaccines can train your immune system to prevent or treat certain kinds of cancer. They can treat cancer by stimulating an immune response against specific features found in cancer cells. Immunotherapies are being used to treat more and more types of cancer. They may be used alone or in combination with other cancer treatments. Like other cancer treatments, immunotherapies can cause side effects. These are largely caused by the amped-up immune system impacting some healthy cells. The side effects vary depending upon which immunotherapy is used, your type of cancer, overall health, and so on. Talk with your doctor if you have questions about side effects or how to best treat your cancer. A message from the Cholangiocarcinoma Foundation. Learn more at curecca.link/learnmore. You and your doctor are a team in your care. This video is for informational purposes only and is not intended to be a substitute for medical advice. Talk with your doctor to learn more about your disease.
We have another video where this has been such a great partnership with us with D2 and some of our sponsors. We're so thankful. They're so helpful. We hear all the time how helpful these are to patients. We have another video that'll be coming out next month. You'll all be very happy to hear. It's about understanding your biomarker testing results. This was the hardest video we have ever put together, and it's taken a ton of work to get it right for you, but we're really excited to have that come out next month. So 16 years of volunteering. I'm going to go through these quickly. Volunteers, we could not do what we do without volunteers. Hands down, we could not do it. We were all volunteers for the first 5 years of this foundation. And we have over 100 active volunteers. They have given over 6,000 plus volunteer hours in 2022. Just on the World Cholangiocarcinoma Day, we had over 500,000 new reaches on social media. So very exciting. I know that you all know the benefits of volunteering, and if you don't, just take a look at this slide and all the references down below. This is a hard disease, but I am so inspired by those of you who are, even though you're fighting cholangiocarcinoma, you're fighting anxiety, you're fighting depression and other things that are so hard, that you're sharing your time and your efforts with others. You're loving and lifting and blessing them. And that's how I want you to feel here. I want you to feel us lifting you up, us loving you, and us blessing you in every way that we can. The other thing that's happened is just remarkable financial growth for the foundation. And while that, if you look at 2013, we took in about $200,000, and this fiscal year we'll do about a little over $5 million. And so what does that mean for you as patients? Because my goal is not to grow the foundation. My goal is to have the foundation strong enough that we can support the needs of the patients. And that growth comes through our industry partnerships. It comes through our community fundraiser. You can see a little star there, the Quack Out Cholangio 5K is our biggest fundraiser of the year, community fundraiser. We raised $1.2 million from Facebook fundraisers, Team CCF, 1,500 plus participants in 10 countries, raising $600,000. Jason Scott, who is one of our board members, just completed raising $1 million on the Scott Family Challenge. We have monthly donors. We have donors supporting Awareness Month. We are so grateful for all of you because your fundraising helps us raise money for research fellowships. These are some of the institutions that we have supported in the last, since 2015 in research fellowships. And this is the research that helps us find a pathway toward cure. So this is additional research funding. You can see all of these institutions, that's where that money goes, is to funding these institutions who are doing the research and getting them to collaborate and share data and all of these things working together. We do have an opportunity. I want to thank Melissa and Barry Peoples for their generosity this week. And they are honoring they're honoring Melissa's mother, Debbie Rose, and I think Debbie's here, so that may be a surprise to Debbie. But they are doing a matching gift of $10,000. So just because we have 500 people in person here, if everyone went to the Giving Tree and clicked on that, or you can click on it here and donated $20, we would be done. We would have raised $20,000 in this conference period. So I would encourage you to take a minute. The Giving Tree is outside in the hallway, and share so that we can keep this research going, this important research. Thank you to the Peoples, so generous. I'm just reiterate some of the things that Melinda already told you. There are many opportunities. Please join the CCF patient registry. Please participate in the GWAS. There are opportunities for you at lunchtime. EPIC, which is engaging patients in cholangiocarcinoma. This is one of the most popular things that we do. It's patients sitting down with our industry partners and just talking and trying to figure out better ways forward. I would also ask you, we have video and photography here. There are so many long-term survivors in this room. Whether you're a long-term survivor or not, it's really helpful for us to record your stories, and let me tell you why. When patients come in through that newly diagnosed portal, or when they call, when they get to talk to Melinda, who's a 13-year survivor, and it's just relief. In the last 6 weeks, I have talked to a neurologist whose mother passed away from cholangiocarcinoma, a friend of my brother's from high school whose sister has cholangiocarcinoma, and my old boss from 25 years ago whose niece was just diagnosed with cholangiocarcinoma. That's just me in 6 weeks. Each of you have a story to tell, and they need to hear just a little bit of hope. Just the relief to talk to someone who can give them some guidance is such a help. So please go back to the photography and the videography room, share your stories, help us to help the patients feel hope. That's what we really want, hope dealers, right? And then the last thing that I wanted to say is, I'm sure many of you have heard this story, and it was on my mind this week, of the starfish thrower. So there's a young girl walking on the beach, and there's an older gentleman sitting on the beach, and he can see her far away off, and he sees that she keeps kind of squatting down and standing up, and he's like, what is she doing? They just had a big storm. There were thousands of starfish on the beach. And he could see, as he was just watching her come along, that she was just bending down and picking up starfish and throwing them into the ocean. And as she came closer to him, he said, there's thousands of starfish on the beach. Do you really feel like you're making a difference? And she just smiled and looked at him and, bent back down and picked up a starfish and said, it matters. It makes a difference for this one, right? And that's what we're trying to do. We will never reach every cholangiocarcinoma patient, but we are reaching the ones that we can, and we will help wherever we can, because that's what we're here to do. So I want you to know that you are here among friends. We are here to support you and help you and to love and lift and bless you in any way that we can. Please, if you have not personally met me, please come and introduce yourself to me. I want to meet you. I'm going to be busy, but I have time. I have time to meet you, and I want to meet you, and so does the staff. We're so grateful that you're here, and I want to introduce our chairs. Put my glasses back on. Okay. So the co-chairs are Dr. Chiara Bocconi. Chiara is a Lord Kelvin Adams Smith Associate Professor at the University of Glasgow and holds an honorary contract as consultant medical oncologist at the Beatson West of Scotland Cancer Centre. She currently works in the School of Cancer Sciences, where she's developed a research platform on biliary cancers, connecting laboratory research and early clinical development in order to accelerate the field of predictive biomarkers and therapeutics. So Chiara, come on up. And then Dr. Lara Goff, who is a medical oncologist who specializes in gastrointestinal cancers, particularly hepatobiliary cancers. She joined the faculty of the GI oncology program at Vanderbilt in 2007, completed a Master's of Science in Clinical Investigation in 2008. She's been a member of the NCI HEP Task Force, the American Society of Clinical Oncology Professional Development Committee, Education Committee, Scientific Programming Committee, and the Executive Committee of the International Cholangiocarcinoma Research Network. So, Dr. Goff, please come up.
Good morning, everybody. I'll just take 1 minute to say a couple of things. The first one is thanks to Stacy. First of all, to having all of us here together. The Cholangiocarcinoma Foundation Conference is a must to-go conference for everyone who is working in cholangiocarcinoma. And I'm a physician scientist, and as that, I'm really grateful to Stacy, who is here and calls you here also to hear about basic research, because if we don't push for this basic science, it's always difficult to promote clinical research. Thank you. I think it's me first. Okay, so I go first. Okay. Where is my slide? Can we have the slide on, please? No? Oh, here we are. Okay. So what I'm going to do in the next 15 minutes is trying to give you an update of what is the new knowledge that we have gathered in the last year or so. And I want to apologize to the scientists in the room. This is not going to be a detailed scientific presentation, but it's going to be more a guide for patients and non-scientists to navigate through the discussions that we will be having tomorrow and the day after. So in order to try and make things a little bit easier for everyone who doesn't have a background in biology or science, I decided to make a comparison and an analogy. So cholangiocarcinoma is an aberrant growth of cells, cancer cells. So try to think about a cholangiocarcinoma cells like a company. And I took the liberty of also trying to design a little logo that we will consider for this DC company. So the first thing that you usually do when you want to know about a new company is to understand who the CEO is. Well, in your cholangiocarcinoma cell, the CEO is the DNA, so where all the information for that cell is held. Now, as you know, each CEO has his own idea, his own driver idea that can promote the growth of the company. And it's the same for a cholangiocarcinoma. I mean, after the videos that Stacey has shown, you are all familiar with the different genomic profiling and mutations. So we do have mutations that can support the growth of cancer. And we know that if we have disruption of these ideas, if we have blocked the implementation of the idea of the CEO, obviously the company doesn't grow anymore. And we have learned for many years that we can do this. And so this has led us to the approval of different drugs where we inhibit one specific idea of the CEO, and then we have the tumor growth diminishes. Unfortunately, what we have learned over the last year or so is that this doesn't always occur. So unfortunately, as it happens with a company, that it's not driven only on one idea, but there is a portfolio of ideas that really supports the growth of the company. It's the same with cancer and with cholangiocarcinoma. So even if we have a driver mutation, there is an important role of the other co-occurring changes in the DNA that we have learned might actually impact the way that patient responds to that specific targeted therapy. And the reason why this is important is because now we will need to think at alternative therapeutic strategies, and we will discuss this on Friday, how we can combine maybe different targeted therapies together, or how we can put them in a sequential treatment to try and identify better efficacy. Now, with all of these, now we have learned that it's important that we pick up these changes in the DNA so that we can find the right drug. Excuse me. So where do we need to go and look for these changes? Well, as in a company, you don't always need to talk directly to the CEO of a company to know the strategy, because there is usually a multi-channel advertisement program. It's kind of a similar story with cholangiocarcinoma, and this is something that we have learned over the last year even better. So if we think about the tumor like the blue dot that is now represented in the liver, this tumor can actually release molecules in the blood in this multi-channel system that can be picked up by a blood drone. And what we have learned by a study that has been published just last year is that if we pick up the DNA that is circulating in the blood, well, potentially that is very reflective of what happens in the tumor. So potentially, we can inform which drug the patient can have by looking at a blood draw rather than repeating biopsy. Obviously, what we have known is that it's true for some type of molecular alterations, but not for all of them. And so what we will be discussing tomorrow is how we can optimize and implement this new technology and basic research technology into the clinical practice. Something that is important for us to think is that despite that there is a big role of DNA, DNA is not everything. Exactly like in a company, the CEO is not everything and is not all. So the CEO usually has an idea, but the idea is then usually transmitted to a management committee, a leadership commitment that have to implement that idea. In the cholangiocarcinoma cell, this committee is represented by RNA. And we now know that there are different types of RNAs, and some of which are very, very short. And again, we have learned that some of these RNAs, which are called microRNAs, can actually be found in the plasma as well. And some recent studies have shown that potentially the profile of microRNAs that we find in the bloods of cholangiocarcinoma patients might be different from the blood found in people without cancer. So this is definitely far away from clinical practice and implementation, but it might suggest that in the future we could potentially have a new biomarker to test and to anticipate the diagnosis of cholangiocarcinoma, so that potentially more curative surgeries might occur. But again, let's go back to the analogy. What is the most important part of a company is usually all the employees, which represent actually the majority of the company. Well, in your cholangiocarcinoma cell, those are represented by proteins. And we do have different kinds of proteins that have different roles. Some of them work as antibodies, some as enzymes, some simply make structures. And these proteins are actually presented all around the cells, in the border of the cell, in the membrane, in the nucleus, or in the cytoplasm. Now, what we know is that also the proteins can be found in the plasma, can be found in the blood of the patients. Now, this is not something new, and I'm sure that all the patients who are here today, they have heard about the tumor markers, CA19.9 and CEA. Well, that is a protein that is produced by cancer cells and released into the circulation. So this is something we knew before, but what we have discovered over the last few months and years is that we know now that these proteins can sometimes be transported into the blood in cargo, in carriers. So going back to the analogy, it's like when you have these little company vans, okay? Here I represented these little red vans, they have their logo. So usually when you see this cargo, you can imagine that that company is actually present in that city. So you expect that these kind of vans have the proteins, have the employees. Sometimes they do transport the members of the steering committee, so they do transport RNAs. Now, what we know is that it's a little bit similar to what happens in the town and the company. So if we have these cargo, these vans are called extracellular vesicles, and they do contain specific cholangiocarcinoma-related proteins, then potentially we can say that there is a higher chance that that patient has cancer. So we are now trying to really identify how this, the identification, the study of these extracellular vesicles can help us again to improve the diagnosis. Again, far away from an implementation. This is really something that we have just learned and how to do it. Now, there is another part of the company that I think is quite important, which is usually the cafeteria. And the cafeteria is important because not everything stays within the nucleus, within the office of the CEO, but the cafeteria is where everyone meets and where the energy of the cell is produced. So exactly like the food is produced in the cafeteria, the energy for the growth and the sustain of the cell is produced into the mitochondria. So the mitochondria are small organelles within a cell where they do produce the food of the cells. What we know now is that the way the cholangiocarcinoma cells produce their energy and their food is actually very different from the way a normal cell does it. Sometimes it's because we have specific mutations that can change the way the cell produces the food. Sometimes, even without the mutations, we have some changes. And the fact that we have been identified these changes will now increase the chance that we can develop novel therapeutics that can block this favoritism of a cholangiocarcinoma cells to produce food better than the rest of the cells of the body. We have talked before about DNA and the ideas of the CEO. Well, what it seems to be important is also the idea of the head chef of the cafeteria. This is what in a cholangiocarcinoma cells is called mitochondrial DNA, which seems to have a grower role in really driving the growth of the cancer and also trying for us to pick up when there is a cancer compared to when there isn't. There isn't a lot of studies that have been published over the last year about cholangiocarcinoma and mitochondrial DNA, but we will hear something on Friday about the work that has been done in other tumor types, and we will see how relevant that may be in cholangiocarcinoma. And hopefully, this will be a way to expand our studies. Now, a concept that you are all very familiar with is that each company is not a standalone entity. So the company drives and has success because of the setting and the environment within it, which it grows. And it's the same for a cancer cell. So if this is our cholangiocarcinoma cell, well, it grows within a town where there are, the communication channels, it can send mediators in the vans, and then it can interact with the other people and the other structures and companies in the town. Now, what usually happens is that if in a town we have an alien company that is growing and is trying to take over the town, usually we have police officers or we have some kind of defensive department that tries to go there and looks if there is anything illicit in that company. So as we have seen in the video, usually we have some police officers, some T cells that try to attack everything that is foreign and it shouldn't grow in that town. The problem is that our cholangiocarcinoma and more generally cancer cells usually put these cells asleep. So it's just to tell them, well, don't worry, everything is fine here, nothing to look at. And so the cholangiocarcinoma cell can continue to grow. Now, we have heard that we have had now a new drug, and the new drug is immunotherapy. And in this case, what we call immunocheckpoint inhibitors is actually makes these cells wake again. So we waken up these cells to say, hey, stay alerted because you need to go and combat that cancer cell that is growing. The problem is that in cholangiocarcinoma it is useful, but we don't see the same rate of response that we see in other tumor types. And the reason of that is because the cholangiocarcinoma cells is actually quite smart in bribing the police officers. So it looks like we are having many more police officers that actually go back to the first T cells and tell them, oh, no, don't worry, everything is fine, you don't need to really do anything in here. And this is important because we have now learned that these kind of bribed immunosuppressive cells, they can also affect the way the patients can respond to chemotherapy, the way the tumor can grow. And so using some novel technologies called the single-cell RNA-seq or digital spatial transcriptomic, we learned that actually there are many more types of all these immunosuppressive cells and many more types of immune cells in general. So if before we thought there were just 2-3 types, now we know that they are different. They are different in the way that they can be bribed and in the way that they can actually inhibit your immune cells to fight against cancer. So this potentially will give hope to find the novel targets for novel therapeutics. Now, one last slide to really say why we need to study a little bit more tools to really understand and study cholangiocarcinoma better. I hope that I've made you understand that, yes, we need to take pictures of the cancer. We need to do molecular profiling in a static moment. But what it is important for us to understand is the way those cholangiocarcinoma cells will respond to stimuli. And the stimulus sometimes can be a drug, sometimes can be, an immune system or something else. So what we are trying to do is create what we call preclinical models so that we have a mini tumor growing that we can then treat or we can study in the way that the tumor reacts in the body. So thanks to all of you. We don't here see, but there is a picture of a patient who, sometimes you are requested to undergo biopsy. And a lot of patients have actually agreed to give us some extra piece of tissue for research purposes. Now, with those tissues, we can recreate a tumor replica. And this can be done in 2 different ways. On one side, that little piece of tissue can be put in a mouse, so the tumor grows, and then when it grows too much, we can put from 1 mouse to 2 mice, and in this way we can grow, a colony of mice which bear exactly the same tumor that the patient had in this body. On the other side, we can even grow them in dishes, in what we call organoids, which means that we can take this mini tumor in plastics, which have exactly the same 3D structure and architecture and cell-to-cell interaction of what the tumor is in vivo in the patient. So why are these important? Because then it gives us the possibility of expanding our studies and investigations. Well, first of all, in cholangiocarcinoma, it's sometimes very difficult to have a high amount of tissue and give us the possibility to do a lot of technologies and a lot of studies. Well, with this tumor replica, we can grow the tissue in an exponential way. So for us, it's growing something precious as money because it means that we don't need to go back to the patients and ask for more tissue. On the other side, when we have this tumor replica, then we can change the DNA of those replica or the RNA, and then we can see which drugs can work better or how the cell responds to these changes. But we can also potentially test different drugs, and this can lead to 2 different perspectives. On one way, it can boost the drug discovery programs. On the other way, potentially, we hope we go to a very individualized program of drug discovery so that we can find exactly the drug that works for the tumor of that patient or that given patient. And we will discuss a lot about these preclinical models on tomorrow, because actually what we need to do now is to integrate the whole town into these models so that we really recreate something that mimics what happens in the patient. And with this one, I stop here, and I thank you for your attention.
I was asking Stacy, what should I talk about? And she said, we want to know what you're excited about. So we are thrilled with the robust agenda that we have for the next several days, and this is just a little bit of a preview about some of the things that I think are ready or almost ready for people like me to use when we take care of patients with cholangiocarcinoma. So on the topic of chemotherapy, I want to review some of the latest updates. So chemotherapy, with all its attendant issues, has remained the cornerstone of treatment for patients with advanced or metastatic disease. It improves their survival both in the first and second line setting, and this is actually new information that we have over the past couple of years. And it's also used in what we call the adjuvant setting, which is after a surgery, in order to increase the cure rate following a surgery. So for advanced or metastatic disease, the combination of gemcitabine and cisplatin has been our standard of care for over a decade. So trying to improve upon that was a study called SWOG 1815. This was a randomized trial of gemcitabine, cisplatin, and nab-paclitaxel, comparing that to the previous standard of care of gemcitabine and cisplatin. And this study was just presented in January at what we call GI ASCO, or the GI Symposium. So the study design for how we do clinical trials was pretty straightforward. Patients were randomized what we call 2 to 1. So out of every 3 patients, 2 would receive the triplet combination, gemcitabine, cisplatin, and nab-paclitaxel, and 1 patient would receive the standard of care gemcitabine and cisplatin. It accrued 441 patients over the course of just a couple of years. So I think a testament to the power of this community and the fact that patients are quite engaged and interested in advancing the science. Patients were followed in a typical fashion, and they were restaged every 3 cycles until progression. And what we were looking for was basically an improvement in how long patients lived with the triplet combination compared to the doublet. There are other collections, as you heard about today. Collecting blood and tissue specimens can be very, very important, and we can learn a lot from those, and the analysis from those is still anticipated. So in January, we learned that there really was no improvement in progression-free survival with the triplet compared to the doublet. It looks at kind of how quickly we see the scans change on either the doublet therapy or the triplet therapy. And additionally, no improvement in overall survival for the GCN versus the gem-cis. So the addition of nab-paclitaxel to gemcitabine and cisplatin did not improve overall survival in newly diagnosed advanced biliary tract cancers. The GCN regimen was more toxic. There were some subgroup or exploratory analyses that may have suggested a higher overall response rate, so more tumor shrinkage, and potentially better overall survival in patients with locally advanced disease or gallbladder cancer, although those are far from conclusive at this point. But as I said, there are ongoing biomarker analyses which may identify subsets of patients who could benefit from the more aggressive treatment. So why is this exciting for a negative trial? So I think one of the key components is that it proves that we can conduct large randomized phase 3 trials in the United States, which is critical for demonstrating improvements in our systemic therapy. But also, I actually think it's okay that the chemo backbone of gemcitabine and cisplatin remains our standard, that it's just as good with better tolerability. And we really saw that patients can do quite well with this background chemotherapy regimen. Moreover, as it's been our standard, we've used that as a backbone for other treatment combinations, and it's probably easier to combine with other drugs. So looking for something more interesting to combine with it is exciting to me. So moving on to targeted therapy, I know hearing just a little bit of this morning, I know that there's remains a topic that we are very excited about in cholangiocarcinoma with one of the highest rates of actionable alterations to be identified. And targeted therapies have already revolutionized how we treat patients, and I believe will continue to do so. So as we've talked about here, molecular testing is essential, certainly in the advanced setting if the cancer has spread. We have biliary tract cancer specific alterations and drug approvals for IDH1 mutations, FGFR2 fusions, others including BRAF mutations, HER2 mutations and amplifications, and KRAS mutations. And then specifically, not disease specific, but disease agnostic, or what we call disease agnostic, wherever it may exist in different kinds of cancers, NTRK fusions, and microsatellite instability or mismatch repair deficiency specific approvals. So one of the latest pieces of data that came out presented by Dr. Goyle with the senior investigator, Dr. Bridgewater, was around futibatinib, which is the latest approval for FGFR2 rearranged intrahepatic cholangiocarcinoma. So when I look at these studies, what we see is that we use what we call a waterfall plot. And if you're not familiar with this, each line on the upper plot shows the change in tumor size. So going down is better, and you see almost all, not all, but almost all patients had their tumors shrink to some degree when treated with futibatinib. And one of the other things that you can see, often don't use the pointer, but there you go. The 30% line is when we, as clinical investigators, we call that a response, meaning that we're a little bit more confident that there's truly tumor shrinkage. So the tumor shrinks by 20%, it's still considered stable disease. Shrinks by 30%, it's considered, or 30% or more, considered a partial response. If it shrinks by 100%, it's a complete response. But anyway, futibatinib is to have another drug in our armamentarium, and affecting so many patients significantly is very, very exciting. Another targeted therapy that was presented just last fall, not yet commercially available, but ongoing studies, is a Relay Therapeutics highly selective FGFR2 inhibitor, patients again with FGFR2 fusions or rearrangements. I think this is hard to see in this environment, but basically it's more selective for FGFR2. We don't know if actually that's better. If a drug hits a lot of kinases, is it more likely to help more people? If it's more selective, is it actually better in terms of side effects? Those are the sorts of things that we're trying to sort out as clinical investigators, especially as we have a proliferation of additional options. But this particular drug is more selective for FGFR2, and the study is ongoing. The initial presentation garnered a lot of excitement at ESMO, one of the European meetings from last fall, with a high overall response rate in patients with FGFR2 fusions or rearrangements that had not been previously treated with FGFR inhibitors. And so again, showing everybody on this waterfall plot, small numbers, so most likely we will have maybe decrease in the overall response rate as we treat more patients, but still very, very striking to see so many patients respond to this agent. So again, why is this exciting? The response rate of over 82% for patients is quite high. And the other piece that we know, and I think you'll hear potentially more about this later this week, is that futibatinib, because of the way that it interacts with the FGFR receptor, or the FGF receptor, it may be able to overcome some resistance that can develop to other FGFR inhibitors. This is one of the concepts that clinical investigators are trying to sort out. Is we have now several agents that we can use or may be able to use in the near future, and how do we sequence them? How is that going to best impact patients? What's the right drug to start with? What's the right drug to move on to next? So lots of investigation in this space. And then finally, immunotherapy, and you saw the fantastic video from D2, but just reminding folks that immunotherapy are drugs that encourage a patient's own immune system to attack their cancer rather than chemotherapy attacking the cancer directly. And in other cancers, when a patient responds to immunotherapy, there can be very dramatic responses. For cholangiocarcinoma, we know patients with names that have this happen, but this is often a very rare occurrence that a single drug, a single agent immunotherapy will show excellent responses, but we have seen this in patients. So overall, for cholangiocarcinoma, the single agent response rate has been generally lower than many other cancers, and we have been working diligently to try to find ways to encourage the immune system in patients with cholangiocarcinoma to get on it. So the best or latest, not even the latest. When I give a talk on cholangiocarcinoma, I'm always having to update things, which is incredibly exciting because things are changing month to month. But last year, we heard about the TOPAZ-1 study. So this was the combination of our chemotherapy backbone, as we talked about at the beginning, gemcitabine and cisplatin, given in combination with durvalumab, which is immunotherapy. And so this study design, again, fairly straightforward. Patients were given gemcitabine and cisplatin plus placebo, or gemcitabine and cisplatin plus durvalumab. These patients were randomized 1-to-1, and they were followed. So of note, in the TOPAZ-1 study, patients were treated with the chemotherapy for up to 8 cycles or 6 months, and then they were continued on either durvalumab or placebo following that. There are different ways that chemotherapy is used around the world, and this is one of the ways that it is used. And so the 6 months of chemotherapy and then stop was part of the initial design. And so this, unlike the SWOG 1815, showed us that both progression-free survival and overall survival were improved with the triplet combination compared to our standard of GemCis. You'll see that at the beginning, we didn't see a whole lot of difference between the two arms, the red and the blue, but that over time, certainly around either the 4 to 6 month time point, these started to separate. Now, how much of this was the combination of simply having an active agent or versus the effect of immunotherapy, I think is still being sorted out, but overall this just in the past year, really has become a standard of care for patients with advanced cholangiocarcinoma. And it's really heartening to know, to take care of patients and to know that you immediately have another tool in your toolbox. So the response rate was higher with the combination, meaning the overall tumor shrinkage rate. The median duration of response, fairly similar, disease control rate better with the triplet combination. And what you start to see is that certainly the percentage of patients with the longer survivals, the more than 9 months, more than 12 months, that is where you really start to see the separation of these curves. So durvalumab plus gemcitabine and cisplatin significantly improved overall survival versus placebo plus gemcitabine and cisplatin. Actually, the safety profile of the two treatment groups were similar, so it's really nice because a lot of times when you have triplet combination, it can be a lot more toxic. And while there are toxicities of immunotherapy, as you saw in the video, overall it was not significantly different. And the separation of the curves, as I said, was most pronounced after the chemotherapy was stopped. The other exciting component, and I know I'm going to have to update my slides even as of next week, is that we did get a press release. So a lot of times when drugs are being developed, the kind of first hint of how a study is doing comes from a press release from the company. So we had a press release January. I was supposed to give a talk to the fellows, and I had to add a slide that same day to show that there was a study very similar to TOPAZ-1 that use gemcitabine and cisplatin with or without pembrolizumab, also known as Keytruda is the brand name. And what they told us is that this is a positive trial, but we haven't seen the data. The data will be presented this Sunday. And two of our speakers you'll see are going to be doing the presentation. So Dr. Katie Kelly is going to be giving the presentation of the data on Sunday afternoon, and Dr. Rachna Shroff is going to be the discussant. And although they're very good friends of mine, they have not told me any details, but I look forward to seeing that. So why is this exciting? So now this is the second study that is showing improvement of the addition of immunotherapy over gemcitabine and cisplatin alone. In our current environment, a lot of times when we have one study, it may be of significant enough value, convincing enough benefit that we can go ahead and add it to our treatment, our regular standard of care. But historically, it is really reassuring to have two large randomized trials that confirm the benefit of a particular class of drugs. And this really, in my mind, demonstrates that there is independent contribution from immunotherapy for patients with cholangiocarcinoma. The details of the data from Sunday, I think, will help, and additionally, further analysis of the samples provided by patients will help us understand who are the patients that really can benefit. But again, I think this reinforces our belief that the combination of immunotherapy and chemotherapy is active in patients with cholangiocarcinoma. So this is the latest iteration of the options for patients with advanced biliary tract cancers. And I mean, we had no FDA-approved therapies when I started taking care of patients in 2006, 2007. And this is a slide that I have to continue to update. This one, actually, I let one of my colleagues, he was gracious enough to share with me. And as I said, even some of this is to be finalized later this week, and I think will be needed to be updated later this year, next year, and that's the most exciting part of working in this space. So my overall conclusions is my preview for our clinical update is that gemcitabine and cisplatin and durvalumab is our current standard reference regimen for first line, but I think upcoming results will suggest a role for other regimens. Remembering that biliary cancers have high rates of actionable alterations, and we are developing new targeted therapies all the time, and that the treatment for advanced biliary tract cancers is rapidly evolving, and that's incredibly exciting. So I look forward to taking any questions from you in our panel. Thanks.
Or Dr. Goff, please stand up. Is that working? Oh. And this is your time to ask questions. If you please try to keep your questions general. They cannot answer specific questions about your treatment, but we want the questions to benefit everyone. So please, this is your time.
Hi, good morning. I'm Rebecca Auer from Ottawa, Canada, and I'm a surgical oncologist, but also a patient, or a caregiver, not a patient, a caregiver to a patient, my husband, who has cholangiocarcinoma. And it is so exciting to see all the options for targeted agents. The one thing I haven't seen a lot of in the literature is HRD cancers, so people that have mutations in BRCA, for example, and the data would suggest it's a mutation rate of about 4 to 8%, which is not that different from some of the other mutations that are being targeted. Are you aware of any, upcoming trials combining things like PARP inhibitors, and particularly with the immunotherapy, which has been a real game changer in ovarian cancer? That sort of combination has really made huge impact, and I think it would be exciting to see options for biliary tract cancer patients with HRD-related mutations.
Yeah, okay, that's working. So yes, I think there are postulated high rates of HRD, homologous recombination deficiency, and Kiara can probably speak more eloquently about that. But in terms of clinical trials, we have had some very small clinical trials looking at combination of PARP inhibitors with other agents, and I think it's been a little bit difficult to sort out what the contribution of those are. And I know we, for one, have just completed a maintenance study of the combination of rucaparib with nivolumab in a sort of interesting setting. Basically, patients who were responding to chemotherapy after 4 to 6 months were treated with the rucaparib and nivolumab. And so the data is not available, but it is, literally just finished accrual now. It'll be, I think, because of the small numbers, trying to figure out what are there particular subsets of patients, what are the things that really count as homologous recombination deficiency and truly predict for a response. But it's definitely, I think, something that folks are interested in. Do you have any?
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. The only thing that probably I would add on is that I think we still need to understand very well what we define as an HRD deficiency. So we are also trying to see if this is associated with a different response to chemotherapy, to platinum, for example, and we will see some of those data probably relatively soon. But I guess the important part is really for us to have a harmonized criteria of what we consider an HRD, because in that case, it's not just one single mutation, but is a different set of alterations that can be considered within that the phenotype.
Thanks very much.
Hi, my name is Brian Goldschlack. I'm a family physician, but also a patient. And as everyone here has gone down the rabbit hole of the internet, I was curious to see whether any of the medications that I would be taking in any fashion would have had any implications on enhancing, unfortunately, the progression of the tumor. We were looking specifically at statins. And what we had learned was that in retrospective studies, I can't name them right now, but over a 2-year time period, they realized that when people were taking their statins, there was an improvement with a reduction of mitosis, migration, improvement of apoptosis. So I'm curious, when we talk about the progression, I love this. I absolutely love the fact that we have all of this great new data coming out, but is anybody looking in the rearview mirror to see whether something that we already have is a common couple of drugs, such as statins, that could potentially either be adjunctive or in any way helpful? And I don't know that there's a measurable way to do that because there are so many people that are taking it, but I just haven't seen any literature in trying to take a retrospective study into a prospective study. I do have some follow-up questions.
Yes, I mean, I think that you made a very good point that this is something that for which we might have some preclinical data, but it's really difficult to dissect down what is the additional value of these medications, because obviously having so many people taking this medication, even within clinical trial, is not always easy to understand how that can impact. I've talked about changes in the metabolism, and obviously the statins can make those changes. There are also other types of medications that are in the same line, like for example, the omeprazole, or I mean the old PPI. They have been shown sometimes to change the pH of a cell and then change how the cell can grow. The problem is really challenging to then dissect down this, the role into a clinical efficacy. And I'm not aware of any studies at the moment that are looking at the effect of statins.
No, I think there was a lot of excitement around statins not that long ago, but several years ago. Some in the, as I understand it, in some of the other diseases like pancreas cancer, they tried to replicate that in a prospective fashion in a smaller study and did not really show that across the board that was the case. It's always been my understanding that the presentations I've seen in various diseases around both statin as well as metformin is another one, trying to make sure that we're on top of the abnormal metabolism. It seems to help in patients who have, who kind of have pre-existing diabetes or cholesterol issues, that helping to control and take that back down to the, maybe not the normal range, but like to normalizing their abnormal metabolism can help. But across the board, patients who didn't have that up front, that didn't seem like that the statins helped in kind of an unselected group of patients with pancreas cancer. And I think that diffused some of the interest in looking at that more broadly. If you have an indication to take it, then you could take it, but and that may help. But as a treatment for a patient without an abnormal metabolism at front, it didn't necessarily seem to make a difference. That was my, I haven't looked at the literature in a bit.
The second question is, when we have all of the different studies, you have in vitro, you have in vivo, and there have been a lot of, again, retrospective reviews on things like CBD, CBG, and trying to add some more concrete understanding of this. There seems to be a fair amount of in vitro data, but then you can't translate that to any in vivo utilization. And I'm afraid that in some cases people will read this on the internet, and then they may actually either overtreat or undertreat, which is the splitting of hairs as to whether or not we may have an unfortunate enhancement as opposed to a treatment. So I'm wondering, are there any animal studies, mice studies, that might be able to show any type of improvement of understanding of that?
I think that one of the challenges of translated drug discovery into, clinical therapeutics is really find the clinical relevance of those studies in the preclinical models. And the so-called valley of death has really been identifying that high chances of failure of medications that have proven to be efficacious just in vitro. And I think this is the reason why there is now a big effort in trying to develop novel preclinical tools that actually are a little bit more resembling what's happening in humans. And I think that the engagement of patients in research, which has really grown a lot over the recent years, and the possibility of studying tissues at a much earlier point rather than wait for the phase of clinical trial, that has improved to bring in parallel an in vitro evidence, but with some clinical relevance. So this is a new, different approach that we continue to take, and we hope that will make a difference in the next in the next future.
And the last question is, when we have the newer Keytruda study, and we already have the Imfinzi usage, is there any merit where anybody is using both of them at the same time? I mean, there seems to be two separate treatment for the same. Is there any enhancement that might be achieved if someone would figure out efficacy?
So do you mean with Keytruda and durvalumab? So it's, as far as best we understand, they're really essentially the same but different drugs. And this has been a discussion for a long time as to whether or not, is there any difference between the different PD-1 and even PD-L1 inhibitors. I wouldn't think we would gain a lot by using durvalumab and pembrolizumab together. And I think some of what we'll find out is, how long do you use it? Can we tell who's benefiting? And I think a lot of the differences we may see across studies may be less about the drugs themselves and more about kind of how the study was designed and the patients that happened to be enrolled on the study. I think one of the other questions that we do have, and I didn't present this study that was fairly preliminary, presented at GIASCO in January, is trying to look at combining a drug. This one was atezolizumab with a different monoclonal antibody. And I think they had a presentation of bevacizumab given with atezolizumab. That combination is used in liver cancer. Or will we be using the drugs that beef up the immune response. Things like ipilimumab, which is used in combination most often with nivolumab, nivolumab is a drug like pembrolizumab. So I think it's possible that we'll combine immunotherapies, but I don't think we'll probably combine those particular ones because they're too similar.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tanya Davis. I'm interested in the topic of biomarker testing and immunotherapies. What would you advise someone who's had the biomarker testing and there's no actionable immunotherapies that are given? That is a corner case. What are your thoughts on, is it just continuing to frequently test, or what are your thoughts on those corner cases that have no actionable immunotherapies?
I mean, we can't forget that there is a role for chemotherapy in these patients. And as much as we are all excited about targeted therapies, I'm probably a kind of a very old school still physician that I'm still getting excited about chemotherapy. It is true that targeted therapies targets a niche of patients, and if we take on the chemotherapy where we can give to everyone, we actually do have 10-15% of patients who get a very long-term benefit. So I think that where we really need to go is trying to understand which are the patients who respond better to chemotherapy and why some patients don't respond well, so that we can improve therapeutic strategies. For patients who don't have targetable alterations, which unfortunately still represent almost half of the patients, they still have the options of chemotherapies, different regimes. They still have the options of immunotherapy. We don't have any evidence at the moment that having one molecular change will affect very much the response to immunotherapy, but for the MSI high phenotype, which is very rare. So I think that a discussion with the oncologists will still have a role in providing systemic treatment advices.
Thank you.
In terms of the response to frequently repeat the test, at the moment we don't know if that is going to change during the course of the disease. There will be some studies of looking at the genomic profiling after having chemotherapy, because, for example, platinum, we know that sometimes can induce some changes in the DNA. But the fact that we can now test the molecular profiling in the blood will probably facilitate the possibility of learning a little bit more about this topic.
Thank you.
I am Kathy Hopkins, and this is loud. Just for the record, I actually have either mixed or intrahepatic cholangio, and I did get to Tecentriq and Avastin. And with 3 treatments, my tumor went from 10.3 to 5.3. So part of me wonders if some people, more of us, have mixed versus just one or the other, depending on what area you biopsy. And so my first question would be, do you guys know if there's any clinical trials where they're looking at, like, I have IDH1 mutation, where they're looking at doing like GemCis, Imfinzi, and like Tibsovo? Or, with FGFR mutation too?
And I think the question is around, are there around mixed cholangiocarcinoma, hepatocellular carcinoma. It was a little bit hard to hear, but I think that you're right, and we have discussed at the cooperative group level whether or not there would be an opportunity to combine, sort of cholangiocarcinoma chemotherapy with hepatocellular carcinoma targeting treatment combinations. And I think that there is something, there's a concept that's been trying to move through the cooperative groups. Some of that is, it's a whole complicated process of trying to figure out, will we be able to identify enough patients, or will the treatment regimen be too toxic for patients? Those are all things that we're weighing in terms of throwing everything at patients. I understand folks want to do that. We also don't want to make sure that we're not hurting anyone. So it's definitely a topic for discussion, because I think, like you've alluded to, we are identifying more patients with combination tumors, partially because we do a lot more biopsying in the current state of affairs, as we do find actionable alterations. back in the olden days, we didn't do a lot of biopsying of patients that looked like they had primary liver tumors, but it is now much more common because we are trying to find the actual alteration. So being discussed, I don't know of an open trial that at the moment, but I think it's coming.
Okay, and then the second one is, since this upcoming trial is supposed to be positive with the GemCis and the Keytruda, if there's talk of doing head-to-head with GemCis, Keytruda versus GemCis, Imfinzi.
Are you asking, or there is talk? I think that some will be depending on seeing the data. And then one of the other things we weigh is if they look really similar, is that of significant value to patients? Does it significantly move the field forward to do a trial like that? If they're very close, it takes a whole lot of patients to show a pretty small difference, and whether or not that's going to meaningfully move the field forward and take a long time is something that, as investigators, we would weigh. I think a lot of it depends on seeing exactly what the magnitude of the data is when the study is presented and published.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, hi. I'm Ma'in Abdulrahim, GI oncologist at Houston Methodist Cancer Center, and treating cholangiocarcinoma patient as well. It's a great presentation from both, and it's exciting time for our patient and us as oncologists to see these options in the palliative setting. And I would like to also highlight, the curative options for this disease, and if you can comment about this hope and these options with more of resection, transplantation, especially for the intrahepatic cholangiocarcinoma and the statistical. So there is curative options, and that really can lift all of us up. Thank you.
You're right. We actually have several folks that represent the surgical and the interventional disciplines. I kind of spoke to what is my area of expertise, definitely not meaning to leave anybody out in terms of our surgical, transplant, other options. But there's, I would say, to be continued, and that's coming this rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. My name is Lisa, and I'm a patient. My question is about the new standard of care with GemCis and Durva. What has the success rate been for patients that are not MSI high, that would not normally qualify for immunotherapy?
Well, the data from the TOPAZ-1 trial is exactly for these kind of patients. So they have not considered MSI-high patients. So the advantage and the benefit we see with the addition of durvalumab seems to be especially focused on the longer control of the disease. So I would say that probably we are increasing the chances to have a longer survival compared to increases the chances of the tumor shrinking down. But it is independent on the MSI status, and they've done some analysis to see if that couldn't be a bias, a confounding factor, and it didn't turn out to be. So at the moment, that would be eligible for all patients. Independently. In terms of MSI status, we need to keep in mind that despite this being a great opportunity for immunotherapy, because they can really give very good responses if there is an MSI-high status, it's still quite a rare phenotype in cholangiocarcinoma, but this doesn't preclude the possibility of using immunotherapy.
Okay. And then I have a follow-up to that. If it's not being used as a first-line treatment, but maybe a third or fourth-line treatment, is that recommended?
You mean immunotherapy?
The GemCis and Durva, yeah.
Yeah, well, at the moment, the study has been done in first line because it's where we needed more advancement also. And obviously there is a legal frame through which we can prescribe drugs. So probably this is why it might be more challenging to prescribe that specific regimen in this status in second line or in third line. What I usually say to my patients is that there are a lot of opportunities for other clinical trials in second and third line that might consider this immunotherapy combined with other drugs or other forms of immunotherapy. And in part relates to also one of the questions before. I don't think that we really need to fixate on one drug compared to another one, but it's more a class of compounds that might be useful. So if it's not that specific durvalumab, but it's some analog of the drug, it might still be useful potentially within a clinical trial. I don't know if you want.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. I just had a question about the 2 trials with combination of immunotherapy and all the discussion, particularly in lung cancer, around the microbiome. I wonder if you're aware in any of those trials, were they collecting stool samples or even bile samples or anything that might give us some information about the importance of the microbiome in response to immunotherapy, or data around infections during treatment, antibiotic use, all that kind of stuff?
I don't believe that they collected any stool samples, and I don't think we have any, kind of clear connection biomarkers for the microbiome in those. We have a lot of investigators that are already in the room, and we'll have over the next couple of days, and I don't think that anybody, if anyone knows differently, but I don't believe those were collected in those studies.
And what I'm aware of is that there is the plan to have a clinical trial where, the durvalumab, it's the same regimen of the TOPETs, but is really focusing on looking at the effect of the microbiome to see if we can select which patients respond better to this treatment for the future.
Thank you for your presentation. Now that we have more drugs available for FGFR mutations, do we know the best, most optimal use sequentially of these drugs?
No, I wish we did. So that is definitely the focus of a lot of investigation right now. Of does it matter if it's, as we kind of talked about, that it hits one of the receptors or that it hits multiple receptors? Is one approach better than the other? There are ways that and I didn't get into that, but we have some speakers talking about more detail about FGFR later. That is reversibly binding better? Is irreversibly binding better? We have some hints that there are differences and that there are some drugs that can overcome resistance, but sequencing is our next frontier of understanding in the FGFR driven cancer space.
Thank you.
And I think maybe this will be our last question.
I'm just curious if you are familiar with the trial drug Devonstat, and if you are, what you've heard about it. I don't hear about it discussed very often. I hear the Durva and the FU. I'm just curious if you have heard of the Devonstat and how it's doing.
So I think that there was a poster presentation regarding the use of Devonstat, and I think that it maybe didn't show us as exciting of data as we would have liked. I haven't seen it, and I agree with you, I haven't seen it in a year or two, and it's a long time, thankfully, in drug development world in cholangiocarcinoma. So I don't think it went as well as we wanted it to.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your participation, and thank you to our chairs. And we have Stephanie Klein-Albrandt, who is next, who's going to share the patient perspective with us.
I'm honored to speak with you today. Let me just start by thanking all the incredible individuals associated with the foundation, from its leadership to its board, to staff and volunteers, doctors, researchers, industry, and last but never least, my inspiring fellow cholangio warriors and their caregivers. Given the choice, I'm sure that most, if not all of us patients, might wish to be any place but here and facing any other challenge than this disease. But life has a funny way of taking us on unexpected and difficult journeys which allow us to figure out what really matters. Before my diagnosis in March 2021, I'd spent most of my life working on some of the world's most intractable conflicts. Back in '94, I was sent by the United Nations to Rwanda for a year to investigate the genocide. Then the US State Department sent me to Bosnia and Herzegovina to report on human rights in the wake of the Yugoslav War. For a decade after that, I worked on countries in Asia and Africa for the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. And in 2009, I moved to China for several years, working on conflict issues all over the region, often with my young son in tow. I always seemed to find myself in the countries that were the most challenging and closed off, places like North Korea, Iran, Zimbabwe, Myanmar, or Burma. So you would think that I would be practiced at difficult journeys. Eventually, expecting to settle down and have a bit more stability, I ended up in Washington, D.C., and then New York City. But a bit over 2 years ago, this health-conscious yogi, cyclist, runner, hiker, and diver was diagnosed with advanced intrahepatic cholangiocarcinoma with an unresectable liver tumor of 11 by 8 centimeters with vascular invasion and lymph node metastasis. After getting my head around cholangio what? I began to suspect that this might be the most arduous journey of my life, a journey into the most uncertain of places. As I traveled to Cholangioland, I made a conscious decision to treat this unfamiliar territory as I had dealt with previous voyages. I began by mapping out my route and identifying my flight plan. But instead of boarding an airplane at JFK, I took the New York City subway to MSK. And instead of a visa for my passport, I was given a medical record number. Instead of packing my suitcase with clothes, I packed it with a heating blanket, numbing cream for my port, and chemo snacks and games. And instead of learning Mandarin Chinese, I studied terms like fibroblast, growth factor receptor, biomarkers, T cells, as well as various foreign-sounding pharmaceutical names that now roll off my tongue, like the durvalumab Imfinzi that was added to my gemcitabine and cisplatin infusions after a year and a half, the Neulasta shot given at the end of each cycle, and then the pemigatinib Pemazir that I started in December 2022 after my tumor progressed on Gem/Cis/Durva. The flight plan now is to continue with Pemi and to add targeted high-dose radiation to the liver tumor and lymph nodes. Not only has pemigatinib shrunk my tumor to its smallest size to date of 7 by 4 centimeters, but it has been quite the gift of freedom in comparison with 2 long years of chemo infusions. If I may, I'd like to share a few things I have learned on my journey that have made a difference for me, as well as a few reflections on what has increased my quality and enjoyment of life, not just the quantity of it. My first realization is about change. In all my trips abroad, I've had a steep learning curve, not only with regard to languages and culture, but also in terms of travel plans constantly getting upended. This Cholangioland journey has been no different, with constant disruptions caused by all manner of things, from intestinal blockages to abnormal blood counts to neutropenic fevers to ER visits and the like, which brings me to the universal truth that everything changes. And while we can't control many of these changes, we do get to choose how we respond and how we live with them. Throughout my journey in Cholangioland, I have therefore tried to distinguish between the fact that I have cancer, which I have little control over, and all the ways in which I can exercise my own volition in light of that fact. Viktor Frankl, the Holocaust survivor and author of Man's Search for Meaning, wrote, "Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. And in our response lies our growth and freedom." So with regard to my cancer journey, first, I accept the stimulus. I have cholangiocarcinoma. And second, I get to choose how I will respond, how I will live with this illness. I'm reminded of so many travel hiccups that required me to accept an unwelcome stimulus and then choose to respond. For instance, when I accidentally got locked inside the Kigali Central Prison during a routine visit, and knowing that any radio call to the UN office might set off a crisis with the government, I just waited with the prisoners, chatting and laughing together until early evening when the warden finally returned. Or when our North Korean guide didn't show up as planned to accompany my son and I across the China-North Korea border, and we calmly made our way across with the help of the border guards and fellow travelers with whom we had struck up conversations, and we ended up gleaning a lot of useful information for our onward journey. Meanwhile, back in cholangioland, the stimuli are constantly changing, so the choices I make also constantly change as my journey progresses. I just keep aiming for the highest and best expression of myself, paying close attention to how cancer affects not just my body, but in that space between stimulus and response, my mind and spirit as well. Which leads to my next reflection about gratitude. I've got a really dry mouth thanks to pemigatinib right now, so. Every time I received chemotherapy, I did a simple practice, which I now do when I take my pemigatinib. I send thanks to all the people who have contributed to the development and distribution of these medicines. From the scientists, researchers, doctors, nurses, donors, trial participants, and pharmacy company executives, all the way down to the workers who mined the raw materials and those in the supply chain that got them to MSK. In short, I appreciate all that has happened along the way to ensure that these medicines arrive just when they are needed to interact with my body. Another aspect of gratitude is that I never expected to find so much beauty in illness. Of course, at times I feel completely overwhelmed, but when I slow down, I can see that there's beauty in my vulnerability, in my dependence on others, in the community that I've created, and in connecting with the caring souls inside our medical institutions. There's been unexpected celebration as well. A huge green party in the MSK chemo suite on the occasion of my 50th GemCis infusion. Our annual New York City marathon gatherings to cheer on our CCF runners, including my best friend from college, and the joy of reconnecting with everyone here every year. There's also beauty and gratitude for the ways that my body has served me and its incredible ability to heal. There's beauty in my rich relationships with loved ones, and there's beauty in continuing my work of service in the world as long as my health permits. The courage, resilience, and generosity that I have witnessed in traveling through cholangioland has been every bit inspiring as the unexpected love, grace, and hope that I encountered in my professional life in the darkest of situations, in prison cells, at massacre sites, in bombed-out buildings. Even as survivors recounted to me some of the most vulnerable and terrifying parts of their lives. As I sit with these ever-intertwining emotions of joy and pain, a greater peace has developed. Desmond Tutu said, "Discovering more joy does not save us from the inevitability of hardship and heartbreak. In fact, we may cry more easily, but we will laugh more easily too. Perhaps we are just more alive. Yet, as we discover more joy, we can face suffering in a way that ennobles rather than embitters. We have hardship without becoming hard. We have heartbreaks without being broken." To me, this is a meaningful template for how to thrive in the tangle of beauty and pain of this cholangiocarcinoma journey. But of course, when I've been in the grips of that 10 out of 10 pain or uncontrollable itching, that's almost worse than pain. It's been nearly impossible to practice gratitude. Who am I kidding? The best I can do in those moments is to try to sort out the physical pain from any additional pain I'm inflicting through my fear, anxiety, and spiraling thoughts. The usual ones like, what if this pain gets worse? What if it never ends? Is that a new met? The Stoics refer to this self-imposed additional pain as, quote, suffering twice, while Buddhists term it, quote, a second arrow. When I start to exacerbate my own pain through rumination, what psychologist Kristen Neff terms, quote, suffering equals pain times resistance, meditation helps me to observe my thoughts and not over-identify or get swept away by them. That is why meditation has been almost as key to my journey in cholangioland as my passport is for travel abroad. Indeed, brain scans confirm that meditation helps soothe the brain patterns underlying pain, and over time, these changes take root and alter the structure of the brain in a process called neuroplasticity, so that the pain is no longer felt with the same intensity. Not only does this turn down the volume control on pain, but creates just a little bit more space that allows me to remember that I'm not alone in my suffering, that so many others in our country and around the world are going through difficulty, even in that exact same moment, and I can send compassion to them along with myself. This is also why the question, why me, has never resonated. For me, it's always been, why not me? Letting my mind succumb to the fear and unpredictability of this cancer would deny me the quality of life that I have yet to live. I'd like to close by sharing with you my most important realization of this 2-year and counting journey. I'm not dying until I'm actually dying. And we get to be 100% alive until we are 100% dead. And spoiler alert, no one knows when they're gonna die, and everyone here is terminal. No one gets out of this wild and precious life alive. So the process of dying for all of us can be, if we choose, about living well. And for me, living well is very much about our connection with others. One of the world's longest studies of adult life, the Harvard Experiment on Adult Development, confirms that our deep relationships with loved ones and community not only contribute to healthy and happier lives, but are universally invoked on people's deathbeds as the most important aspect of their lives. Being fully alive for me means prioritizing quality over quantity of life, which over these last 2 years has translated into spending time with loved ones and family of all kinds, doing the things that are most meaningful to us, whether in the US or on various trips abroad. We've been to about a dozen countries during my chemo breaks, including a work trip I did to Myanmar in November in the wake of a military coup to support brave Burmese human rights defenders leading the fight for access to justice. If my body holds up, my next planned work trip will take me to Afghanistan to support women judges and lawyers facing persecution from the Taliban. These journeys within my larger journey of illness are a key aspect of living my best and most meaningful life. And if some of you are wondering if my doctor was supportive of all this travel, I can say that he was, with the exception of one trip to Cusco, Peru, because it was at elevation. But when I came back with red blood cell counts that were higher than ever, he was delighted. So now I can do whatever I want. For me, the vistas offered by the cholangio journey, while sometimes only seen by walking the razor's edge of vertiginous cliffs, have helped me to appreciate that a shorter life of profound meaning has beauty that a longer life not deeply lived might lack. So I will end here with a thank you and an invitation. First, the thank you. To the doctors and researchers here today, and those who could not be here, thank you for the role that you play in alleviating the suffering that cholangiocarcinoma brings, and for having chosen to dedicate so much time in your life to this illness. And second, the invitation to us all. The 13th century poet Rumi said, "Through love, all pain will turn to medicine." I invite you to decide on, claim, and implement your own loving way, a way that will help make medicine of your pain. Knowing that for all of us, the journey to death is inevitable, what is the first step in your journey forward in this life? What is the most important thing you can choose to do, and with whom? What is the most important thing you can choose to say this year, this month, this very day? Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. That was amazing and wonderful and brought me to tears, so now I can't talk. I get the pleasure today of filling in for our volunteer coordinator, Claire Condry, who could not be here. We are going to recognize the Presidential Volunteer Service Award members. So as I call your name, please come up to the stage. CCF is fortunate to have the support of dedicated and driven volunteers who touch every corner of the Foundation's work. CCF volunteers spread awareness, contribute to research, walk alongside patients and caregivers, and spur movement with their creative ideas. We are a stronger organization thanks to the varied perspectives and skills of our volunteers. Every volunteer contribution, from 1 hour to hundreds of hours, from speaking to the public to working behind a screen, is vital to furthering the Foundation's work. Through their efforts, volunteers keep patients at the forefront by providing compassion, support, and vital resources. Today, it is my honor to share with you the volunteers who will receive the Presidential Volunteer Service Award. This award honors individuals whose service positively impacts communities in every corner of the nation and inspires those around them to take action too. Led by AmeriCorps and managed in partnership with Points of Light, this program allows CCF, as a certified organization, to recognize volunteers who have donated a minimum of 100 hours in a calendar year for the Bronze Award, 250 hours a year for the Silver Award, and 500 or more hours for the Gold Award. The Foundation recognizes these individuals as key partners in our mission. The Foundation is grateful for their tireless dedication and commitment to this community. Their volunteer service is creating hope for a better future. Stacy is going to help me present the awards, so it is with great pleasure that the Cholangiocarcinoma Foundation celebrates this year's President's Volunteer Award recipients, and we invite you to the stage as your name is read. All recipients, please remain on the stage until all names are called so that we may take a photo, and please hold your applause until all the names are read. Dave Fleischer. Katie Glenn, and I'm not sure she's here yet. Jim Hoofnagel. Robin McAllister. John McDonald. Allie Plouffe. Heidi Ray. George Riddle. Stephen West. Tony Pham. And Lisa Crane, Lisa Layton, and Samantha Pear, who are not present at the conference today. We are thinking of them. And last but not least, as many of you know, Tom Lightsky passed away earlier this month. Tom was an avid volunteer and a beloved member of the CCF community. The Foundation will send Tom's award to his wife, Roxanne, and may this award remind you of Tom's lasting impact and the deep love the Foundation has for you and your family. Now we can applaud. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you. One more announcement. Can I ask for all the patients at 12 p.m. to gather in the lobby, right, for a patient photo? And then later this afternoon, we'll do a patient caregiver photo. So all the patients, 12 p.m., gather in the lobby for a photo. And we are breaking for lunch, so enjoy. Sorry.
So I have the pleasure of introducing Stephanie Reut. Stephanie started her career as a registered dietitian at New York Presbyterian Weill Cornell, where she has worked with oncology patients for over 6 years. She completed her dietetic internship at New York Presbyterian in 2016 and has a master's in clinical nutrition and a BS in biology from NYU. She is a certified specialist in oncology nutrition. She co-authored the CCF booklet, Nutrition and Cholangiocarcinoma, a topic she's going to speak to us on this afternoon.
Thank you so much, and I'm really excited to be here today to talk about my favorite topic of nutrition with so many of you. I do work with a lot of cholangiocarcinoma patients one-on-one, so it'll be nice to be able to talk, more generally as well. And some of the things I'm hoping that you'll get from today's talk are to just understand a little bit generally about the relationship between nutrition and cancer. Also to understand some of the benefits of plant-based foods, which I'll explain a little bit more about later. There's also a lot of common questions that I get every day, and also the foundation also receives on some more specific topics, such as the keto diet, fasting, sugar, and the alkaline diet. So I'm just going to quickly review kind of the current state of research with those and how that might relate to someone with cholangiocarcinoma. So just generally, nutrition is very important because it's the source of our, body's main energy. So it's something that we see can be heavily impacted by treatments, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, surgeries. So I'll commonly have patients that have taste changes, nausea, other digestive issues that might make it hard to maintain nutrition status. When eating well, it can help to improve quality of life and functional status during treatments such as chemotherapy. So it's really something that is very important for anyone who's had a diagnosis of cancer and cholangiocarcinoma. Malnutrition is one of the first topics that I would like to talk about, just because it's one of the topics we probably have the most research to support, that preventing worsening of malnutrition can be so helpful for helping somebody to tolerate a treatment. So I'm going to talk about two terms. The first one, malnutrition. The common signs that you would experience would be weight loss, decreased nutrient intake, loss of muscle mass. And then we also have, similarly, a term called cachexia, which is a syndrome of muscle loss that's actually associated with inflammatory conditions like cancer and some others. Both of these can cause increased fatigue, they can cause treatment delays, and also more toxicity from some of the treatments we've been learning about today. So preventing malnutrition is the overall key, and if you're experiencing these signs of malnutrition, what we want to do is try to help you eat a little bit better so that we prevent that from worsening, so you feel strong through all your treatments. Now, I did want to give some general tips for nutrition, which can be very hard. So you can see I put just a couple examples of some of the diets that you might be asked to follow during your treatment journey. So you might be asked to follow a high-protein diet before a surgery. Maybe they then say to follow a low-fat or a low-fiber diet after surgery. Maybe you're having some side effects and you might need to do more of a blander diet. So it's hard to give general overview, but there are some things that if you're feeling up to it, we do really recommend you include. So the first thing is trying to get enough protein from various sources. When I was talking about that malnutrition before, what we really want to do is focus on preserving muscle mass, because that's going to give you your biggest source of strength. We see in studies that people going through chemotherapy that lose muscle mass tend to experience more fatigue and side effects. So I talk about protein with almost every patient and how important it is to incorporate that. Also, fruits and vegetables, we'll talk about those and other plant foods in general. If you're able to eat them and find ways that you can make them appetizing and ways that you can tolerate them during treatment, those are also going to be very important to include. Limiting ultra-processed foods. So ultra-processed foods are foods that you don't really see the whole foods in them as well. So that's something where they might have a lot of additives, a lot of added sugars and added fats. So you're not really seeing those whole foods that have all of these good cancer-fighting benefits. So while there might be a time and place, if it's convenient, it's what's available to you, in general, we want to try to incorporate other foods in the diet that do have a lot more cancer-fighting properties. Now, if you're able to, it is helpful to also meet with a personal registered dietitian. The booklet that we authored for the foundation has some information on how you can find an oncology certified dietitian near you. So if it's not available at your center, you can look and see if there's maybe someone nearby. If not, I highly encourage you to download the booklet because we tried to put as much information as possible for people that are looking to, manage side effects and after certain surgeries. So there's some recipes in there. So hopefully that's a really good resource if you're not able to meet with someone personally. Now the first, dietary pattern I'm going to talk about is the whole food plant-based diet. And this is the general recommendation from the American Institute for Cancer Research across the board for anyone with a diagnosis of cancer or for even preventing cancer. It's associated with a lot lower levels of inflammation in the body, and that's usually due to the incorporation of plant foods, which are whole grains, fruits, vegetables, nuts, seeds, beans, all of these foods that are originating from a plant-based source. The reason I really like the whole food plant-based diet idea is that it does allow for a lot of flexibility. So one of the things I talk about when creating an individual nutrition plan for a patient is what are their preferences? What are their cultural foods? What are your digestive issues? So there's usually a way that you can incorporate all of those things into this eating pattern because it's flexible in definition. You can include animal products, which can be helpful for maintaining muscle mass, but also we're going to get a diet that is high in fiber and in antioxidants. Now, why is eating these foods that are high in fiber and antioxidants so important? Well, we have something that's called the microbiome, and it's basically all the microorganisms that are associated with the human body. A lot of them are found in our digestive tract, so you can imagine that food plays a big role. It's affected by many different factors. I just put a few of them here, such as your genetics, our environment, what we're eating, medications. There are so many other things that we're learning about are affecting the microbiome. So the diet is primarily what I'm going to just talk about today. And I will say research on the microbiome is still in its fairly early stages, but we are seeing some exciting things in regard to the microbiome and cancer. So in general, when we eat all of these plant foods that are rich in fiber, we're actually not fully digesting that fiber, but all of these microbes that are in our digestive tract are kind of working on those to create what we call metabolites. And these metabolites that it's creating have the potential to have good effects in our body, such as increasing inflammation, which again, cancer is an inflammatory disease, so we want to try to help that balance a little bit. It can help with digestive motility, which again is helpful when we think about people that might be having side effects of treatment such as constipation. And also we've seen that people that have diverse microbiomes tend to have improved, it can protect against digestive infections. So all of these really good things that come from these plant-based foods and its actual interactions with all of these microbes in our gut. Now, plant-based foods also are rich in what we call phytochemicals and antioxidants, like I mentioned earlier, and these have the potential to decrease inflammation in the body as well. I put a nice colorful picture up here because actually a lot of times the antioxidants and phytochemicals in our food are actually found in those colors in the food. They're the pigments in the food. So you may have heard the kind of standard advice of eat the rainbow, and it's actually very good advice because you're going to get a lot broader of nutrition that way, and you're going to get all different of these phytochemicals and antioxidants. They seem to act in many different ways in the body, and again, we're still learning more and more about them. But in addition to decreasing inflammation, they can also help block or remove carcinogens in some studies, and also they might help prevent cell damage. Now I'm going to transition to talking a little bit more about some of the specific questions that I get on a day-to-day basis, and also the foundation gets a lot of questions on too. So one of the most common ones is the ketogenic diet. I'm sure most people in the room have heard of it, called keto for short. And ketogenic diet is actually a very high-fat diet that was originally designed for use in a treatment for epilepsy after medical treatments had kind of failed. And so the classic keto diet is a very high-fat diet, and what you see here, where up to 80% of the calories that someone is eating is coming from fat. It varies from what you might hear, your neighbor or someone in the community following a keto diet. That sometimes tends to be a bit of a higher protein, high-fat diet. But in the classic keto diet, you're actually also following a low protein diet as well. In some studies, they're using modified keto diets that do also help to shift the way our body's metabolism works. And there are some studies that are being done in cancer as well as other conditions. Some of the current ones that are going on are with brain tumors, endometrial cancer, and with a very specific type of targeted therapy. And there's a somewhat new trial recruiting for pancreatic cancer. Now, a lot of times these are coming from studies that have been done in mice. And one thing that's really important to consider is that in these mice studies, we've actually seen varying responses to the mice that were getting the keto diet. So some cancer types actually saw a negative effect from consuming the ketogenic feed, and others saw promise only when it was combined with specific targeted therapies. So it's something where we're hopefully going to have more information on where the keto diet might be beneficial. But at this time, we can't across the board say that it's something that everybody should follow. And also, in some cases, it was shown to be detrimental in animal models, so we really want to be careful about implementing it too. And we unfortunately don't have any clinical trials for cholangiocarcinoma, but hopefully as we get more time, we'll see a lot more GI cancers across the board. Now, just to talk a little bit about the keto diet and the context of cholangiocarcinoma, the fat content of the keto diet might be hard to tolerate for someone who has had surgeries or who's going through treatment for cholangiocarcinoma. Depending on how you're doing the diet, it might be a little bit low in antioxidants and fiber, which again are those key benefits to the body that we saw from the plant-based foods. It also tends to be higher in saturated fat and processed meats, which are things we generally recommend keeping to more of a minimum in the diet. And side effects of the keto diet can also include constipation and weight loss. And remember, I started my talk with malnutrition, how we want to try to reduce that muscle loss. So sometimes we don't necessarily want that as a side effect of something that you're going to pursue. And because we don't have yet any safety studies in animal studies or human studies showing the safety of it, at this point we just don't have anything to recommend the keto diet in cholangiocarcinoma. This was a nice paper or two written by some doctors that are at Memorial Sloan, which is across the street from where I work in New York City. And you can see they're actually talking about basically the various benefits and potential benefits to cancer reduction from the whole food plant-based diet versus the ketogenic diet. So you can see there are some shared benefits in the pink boxes where they can have an impact on better control of glucose levels, reducing inflammation, but we see there's a lot of additional benefits from the whole food plant-based diet. So again, we're just seeing a lot more research that's supporting the whole foods plant-based that we can get versus a more restrictive diet like the ketogenic diet at this point. Now, probably the most common question that I get is, does sugar feed cancer? And I think it's something that we read a lot online, and sometimes studies can be a little bit misconstrued. And it's not a simple question to answer the way that it's typically asked of my patients. So glucose or sugar is the main building block and the main energy source for most of our body's cells. So cancer cells also use glucose, but they also use other fuels. So all of our foods that we're eating, whether it's something like a bowl of fruit or a whole grain sandwich or a cupcake, it's still going to break down into those basic building blocks. So from what we know now, there are not human studies that support completely avoiding these foods that break down into sugar. So I think this is one of the big things I like to share is that people can be afraid of consuming things that might have a little bit of sugar, but with what we know now in the human body, you can safely incorporate these foods in a way that can be balanced, which I'll talk about later. Now, why does this question get asked? I think, cancer cells have abnormal metabolism. In vitro studies show that they have increased use of fuel, including sugar. So I think a lot of times when studies are interpreted in the media, they'll kind of show that relationship, but it's very different when we look at sugar intake in the human body. So when we eat food, there's often other components to that meal. There might be other things like fiber and protein that slow down our digestion of those sugars, so it's not going to respond in the same way than if you're looking at cancer cells in a petri dish. Now, there is an indirect relationship between excess of what we call added sugars, and I'll explain that on the next slide, that may cause an increase in inflammation over time when you're consuming a lot of them. Sugary beverages and these added sugars consumed in excess might increase cancer risk. We do see kind of a neutral association, or in a couple of studies we have seen that as well. But we also see that higher fiber carbohydrates, a lot of those plant foods we were talking about earlier, actually decrease cancer risks. So it's not where we want to completely cut out carbohydrates or sugars. We just want to think about where are they coming from and how can we balance that with other things that we're eating. So added sugars come from a refined source. So this would be table sugar, maple syrup, honey, something where it's basically only the carbohydrate. You're not getting a lot of other nutrients with it. Some of them might have some trace minerals, which can provide some slight benefit, versus a natural sugar, which is where it's a carbohydrate that's going to break down into sugar. So this would be fruit, whole grains, starchy vegetables. They have lots of vitamins, minerals. They might have fiber, protein, other things that affect how they're digested in our body. So just key to note that fruit does contain natural sugar, but there is a distinction from that when we talk about it. Added sugars, they actually redid the nutrition label a few years ago, so you can actually see in your foods which ones contain added sugars, so it can be a very helpful tool. The leading sources in the United States as far as consumption of added sugars comes from sweetened beverages, snacks like cakes, cookies, and desserts, and then those processed or ultra-processed foods where they might add additional ones. Now, added sugars are the ones that we want to be cautious about how many we're consuming in the day. So again, it's not that we need to completely avoid these foods, but we might want to think about the amounts that we're including. So when we talk about cancer being an inflammatory disease, we might want to consider sticking within the guidelines for added sugars. I like the American Heart Association's guidelines because they're easy to understand, which is to limit to less than 6% of total calories per day. What does that actually mean in the day-to-day? Between 6 to 9 teaspoons. If you're looking at a nutrition label like I showed you on the last slide, I also left the grams in there, which would be about 25 to 36 grams per day. So when you're feeling good, not having side effects of treatment, and it's a good idea to try to be mindful of foods that have these added sugars, and so you can just keep within the recommended guidelines. Now, because we don't want to completely avoid foods that we really enjoy, there's some tips for enjoying sweets in a healthier way, or to choose ones that are made with some whole grains or higher protein flours. Keep your portion within those recommended guidelines that I talked about on the last slide. Choosing unsweetened beverages, just because that is where we see a little bit more of an association with inflammation, so it can be an easy way to reduce by either diluting or just reducing your total portion of those sweetened beverages. Also trying some whole foods, some of these whole plant foods that have other nutrients in them, so you can get your sweet flavor, but also get a lot of other benefits from those foods. Some of my favorite examples are dates with peanut butter, dark chocolate, or yogurt with honey. And then the next topic I'm going to talk about is fasting. So fasting is another topic that has a lot of research in different areas for health, and I think a lot of people are talking about it right now. And it does have various definitions. So usually it involves an eating window where all food is consumed. So there might be an 8-hour window or 12-hour window where that's where you're eating all of your meals for the day. There's been studies looking at if it affects weight loss, if it may potentially enhance chemotherapy, or if it might have impacts on longevity in the general population. But the studies that have been done specifically with cancer have been either animal studies, very small studies, or in breast cancer trials where they're receiving very different treatments than cholangiocarcinoma. Now, we don't have a clear benefit yet because the research here is still very early, and we don't have studies in cholangiocarcinoma or any hepatobiliary cancers or really many digestive cancers. And part of that may be that any trial like this, we wouldn't include someone who's experiencing signs of malnutrition, and up to 85% of digestive cancer patients might experience malnutrition at some point in their cancer treatment. Possible side effects might also include weight loss, fatigue, and dizziness. So those are things that we want to try to avoid during treatment so that you feel your best. Doing a time-restrictive eating where you're eating within 12 hours of the day might be safe to do as long as you're working closely with a dietitian or your medical provider, that you're not losing weight or muscle mass, which we know is so important. But it wouldn't be appropriate for someone who might be experiencing malnutrition. And then the alkaline diet is, I believe, the last one I'm going to talk about because we do get a lot of different questions, so we tried to pick the top ones. And this includes diets that are what we call alkaline with a higher pH and restricts foods that are acidic with a lower pH. And this includes many plant-based whole foods, which we talked a lot about, the benefits of. But it does also, unfortunately, have a lot of unnecessary restrictions of other foods that can be healthy. Now, pH in the body is just that balance of acid and base, and the blood pH must be tightly controlled. Your body's going to adjust its output of acid and base depending on what you're eating, so you're not going to dramatically change the pH of the body by reducing, those foods. There's no evidence to support the alkaline diet for any cancer types. Researchers actually attempted a review paper of the literature, and they actually couldn't even find enough papers to do the review. So it's something where I think it gets talked about a lot, but we don't have a lot of research to base that on. It does have a lot of unnecessary restrictions as well, so limiting protein-rich foods, which can be so helpful for maintaining muscle mass and strength and reducing fatigue. It also limits whole grains, which we see have a good effect on that microbiome, which can really help reduce inflammation and can be helpful for managing digestive symptoms as well. And so I think this diet can really contribute to malnutrition, and we just don't have benefits from any research to show that. So if I had takeaways, I hope what you take away from this presentation is that there isn't a one-size-fits-all for nutrition with cholangiocarcinoma, because you might have a lot of changes to your appetite or your digestion during treatment. So we do know that these plant-based whole foods do have a lot of cancer-fighting properties and potential benefits in the body, so we do want to try to encourage those where we can. Restrictive diets are likely not beneficial with what we know at this point and might lead to malnutrition. And the biggest thing you can do is support your body, support your healthy cells, and support your muscle mass so that you tolerate your treatments and feel the best energy that you can. Also, all foods can fit, so trying not to fear foods that you might read about on the internet, because it really is different when you're looking at a specific component of a food versus when you're talking about eating that food and it being digested in your body. So I try to work with my patients on that a lot, is trying to incorporate foods that you like, that are culturally important to you, because I think that's very important when we're considering nutrition for someone with cholangiocarcinoma. And then if you have the option, again, meeting with a registered dietitian really can help. So if you have that option, that can be very beneficial, especially now we're seeing more telehealth. Hopefully it's something that's available to more people. But again, the booklet from the Cholangiocarcinoma Foundation is a really good start that was written by a couple dietitians, including myself. So if you don't have access to that, that's a really great place to start. Thank you. That's all I have today.
Thank you, Stephanie. We'll take all the questions at the end in the panel discussion. So I'm now delighted to introduce Richard Lee, who is a clinical professor in the Department of Supportive Care Medicine and Medical Oncology at the City of Hope National Medical Center, where he also leads the integrative medicine program. His background and his training has also included experience in China and Taiwan, where he studied traditional Chinese medicine. Richard, your stage.
Great, good afternoon. How's everybody doing after lunch? Right, we got all our good nutrition. So thank you to the conference organizers, Dr. Goff, Dr. Perconi, and others. Really honored to be here and speak with you today. I have to say, I've been really impressed with this meeting. I go to a lot of conferences, and it's the organization, the amount of patient involvement. This is really fantastic, and I'm actually taking notes because I'll talk about a meeting I'm hosting later on, so there's a lot of things I think I can learn from this meeting. So kudos to everybody here, and thank you for joining. So I'm going to be talking about a topic of integrative oncology, which is my area of focus. No disclosures. And so we'll talk about what is kind of integrative oncology or integrative medicine, how does that vary from other things like complementary or alternative, and then we'll think about what is a more holistic approach, talk about the evidence base around specific symptoms such as pain, stress, and sleep. And so when I tell people I'm involved in integrative oncology, sometimes I get some funny looks, especially at these cancer meetings. And then patients often have things they want me to learn, so I get a lot of books and things they tell me to read. So there's a lot of variety in the area of integrative oncology, and as the cartoon says, Frank started to get a funny feeling that his doctor was a quack. But unfortunately, there's some truth in that, in the sense that there's a lot of misinformation, and the leader of the MSK integrated program used to call it a lot of quackery. In fact, I had a patient on Tuesday who was declining, he had metastatic cancer, declining conventional medicine, and he goes, Dr. Lee, I've been reading the internet. There are a lot of cures out there, and they don't have any side effects. And I said, there's a lot of information out there. I don't know how much of it is accurate. And unfortunately, he said, I'm going to pursue these things. And I think, unfortunately, that's not going to serve him well. So what do we talk about what's out there? What is quackery, what is real? So let's just take a moment, and if anybody, actually maybe I'll try to do some interactive. Do you differentiate between alternative, complementary, and integrative? Does anyone think they're the same? Or how would you define alternative? Anybody want to yell out what they think is alternative? Don't be shy. Doesn't include kind of the standard Western medicine? Yeah. Well, what is it? Deworming medication, that might be included. So, generally when we think about alternative, it's something used in place of. So I spent a year in Asia learning traditional Chinese medicine, specifically acupuncture. So sometimes I have patients who say to me, I'm going to use acupuncture to cure my cancer. And I would say that's a pretty alternative approach. I mean, people do that, but not that I would recommend it. And then some people say, well, I'm going to use chemotherapy, surgery, and I'm going to use acupuncture to cure my cancer. And I would say, well, that's more of a kind of a complementary approach. But if you said to me, I want to use acupuncture to help with my pain, help with my nausea, and I'm going to get chemo, get surgery, and all the standard treatments, I would say that's an integrative approach, because it's really bringing together both conventional medicine in a way that's coordinated, personalized, evidence-based, and should be safe for the patient. So really, there should be a distinction between all these things. And not every center that calls themselves integrative is really truly integrative. Now, if you think about the field overall, even the National Institutes of Health has a center. It started as the Office of Alternative Medicine in the early 90s. Then they renamed it as the Center for Complementary and Alternative Medicine. And then in 2014, really named it the Center for Complementary and Integrative Health. And so you can see the terminology is changing over time. They're really trying to move away from the idea of alternative medicine, moving forward with integrative. It's really thinking about those approaches that are developed outside of mainstream medicine. Right? So it's a very broad category. A lot of different things can be included. Right now, NCCIH thinks about integrative complementary alternative medicine. I call it ICAM. There's kind of the natural products, nutritional approaches like dietary supplements, herbal products. You have psychological interventions like meditation, prayer, music therapy. You have physical and body-based therapies such as massage. And then you have things we call mind-body, which is a combination of things like yoga, qigong, dance, tai chi. And then there's kind of an other category, which would include whole body systems, whole medical systems like traditional Chinese medicine, Ayurvedic medicine, energy therapies, and others. So what do we call integrative medicine? I'd like this definition from the Academic Consortium of Integrative Medicine and Health. It's an organization over, I think, 20 years old now. It includes things like Harvard and Mayo and Duke. And they talk about reaffirming the relationship between the practitioner and patient, focus on the whole person, informed by evidence, and makes use of all appropriate therapeutic approaches, providers, disciplines to achieve optimal health and healing. And so what's really important here is it should be informed by evidence. And not everything out there is appropriate for every patient, right? So you have to really personalize that approach for each cancer type, each treatment that they're receiving. And so one model I think about is the yin-yang, right? We have the cancer, we have all their proven modern day therapies like surgery, chemotherapy, stem cell, immunotherapy we talked about this morning. But we also have to support the patient through that. And we have to think about the whole person, physical, psychospiritual, social. And we have a lot of already therapies that are out there, like palliative medicine. We talked about nutrition, exercise, physical therapy, occupational therapy. We have psychiatrists, psychologists, chaplaincy, spirituality, and then we have social workers, support groups, great organizations like this. And I think another tool in our box is going to be integrative medicine that can really help find new ways to help patients support you through the whole journey. Now, if you think about what ICAM uses, fairly prevalent. 18% or 1 in 6 are using natural products, supplements most commonly. A lot of relaxation techniques like yoga, deep breathing, meditation, acupuncture, and then also some special diets. And so this is a model that we've been working with, and really think about the whole person. So you have the patient in the center. They come with their family, caregivers, culture. You have all the standard therapies that we're providing. And then we want to surround them with all the right supportive care domains. And so integrative medicine hits certain areas and can really add, again, to the whole spectrum of services that we can provide for patients to get them through the whole journey. So when we think about what is integrative oncology in an evidence-based way, most common topics I run into in my own consultation clinic include kind of a holistic or integrative approach. And we really focus on whole health. A lot of it's nutrition, exercise, following the American Cancer Society guidelines. Some patients are looking for treatment options in terms of, are there other things I can be doing to help with my treatment? So they bring a list of herbs and supplements. Sometimes patients have chronic symptoms that are not well managed with the standard approaches. Right now with the opioid epidemic, we're really trying to move away from a lot of prescription medications, so there are non-pharmacologic approaches. And then unfortunately I have patients like I just described earlier, patients who are seeking alternative therapies and really trying to provide education, a more scientifically grounded perspective. And then ultimately we want to monitor these patients. So I said to my patient I saw earlier this week, I said, well, when should we see you again? I don't just let them go. I think traditional places will just say, oh, you don't want my advice, you can go seek alternative medicine, good luck, and we close the door. But usually in our clinic, what we try to say is, look, if you want to pursue that, that's your choice, so we respect that. But let's not lose touch. So our plan was to do another scan in 3 months. Hey, if his cancer is shrinking, great. If it's not shrinking, then we provide guidance on what else he could be doing. And so I think it's really important to monitor them. And so I 110% agree with what Stephanie talked about, the role of nutrition. There's also physical activity and just general physical fitness. American Institute of Cancer Research indicates that many cancers are very sensitive to these approaches. And so I think it's important. You'll see, I think liver cancer is listed there, as well as having some response to these kinds of approaches. So I think it's important to think about. So we spend a lot of time in my clinic focusing on the basics of nutrition and exercise as part of their whole holistic plan. If you look at the American Cancer Society guidelines, it's really about maintaining a healthy body weight, exercising regularly, getting enough fruits and vegetables, and limiting processed foods, as Stephanie just talked about, limiting alcohol. You'd be surprised, I actually had a patient with gastric cancer. We were talking about survivorship. He had 5 years out, and he was still drinking like 2 or 3 times a day. And I said, well, that's not the best prevention plan for yourself. So we talked about reducing his alcohol intake. So even a lot of times patients just forget some of the basics here. Okay, and these are the American Institute of Cancer Research recommendations regarding, very similar to ACS. And then an important thing to note is in the bottom right-hand corner it says is do not use supplements for cancer prevention. That's probably my number one question in my clinic is what supplements should I be taking? And if you look at the data, for most patients, especially in this cancer survivorship, there's no data to support the use of these supplements, but they have been studied. They have been widely studied in randomized trials. So one of the things you have to think about is the biology of cancer. And I like this paper from Sidney Farber. So the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute is partially named for Sidney Farber, whom we consider one of the kind of pioneers of modern-day chemotherapy. If you go back to this original article published in 1948 in New England Journal of Medicine, he developed a medicine that put leukemia into remission, which at that time, leukemia in kids was lethal, and we really had no options. And so he published this paper, and if you look at the background, I think I have it here, the reason he came up with a drug that blocks folate metabolism was that he actually gave his patients folic acid conjugates. He actually gave them folic acid supplementation, thinking it would help them. But instead, he says specifically, when he gave the folic acid conjugates, he found an acceleration of the leukemic process to a degree not encountered in his experience. So what actually happened was if you give folic acid to patients with leukemia, the leukemia will grow faster. And that's why we used to say methotrexate. And we still use methotrexate today for lymphomas, leukemias. We use pemetrexed in lung cancer. The concept is still true today. So when you think about a healthy person who doesn't have cancer, it's probably safe, and whether it's advised, you could say one way or another. But in a cancer patient, the biology is different. And so it may have undue harm. And that's what we have found in multiple trials. And so these are trials I'm going to show here where we've actually tested supplements. So here's a supplement study of beta-carotene vitamin A to prevent lung cancer. But what they actually found was that patients who got high dose in a pill, not through foods, but in a pill, beta-carotene vitamin A, they actually had more lung cancer and a higher rate of mortality than those who got a placebo pill. And actually, there were 2 trials that actually demonstrate exactly the same findings. This is a study in vitamin E where they were trying to do prostate cancer prevention. And they actually stopped the study early because the vitamin E arm had more prostate cancer than the placebo pill. So you're starting to see a trend here where if you give high doses of these vitamins, it actually might be detrimental. All right? And so ultimately, going back to the whole food approach is the right approach. And then there's a lot of things that I get asked about that have been studied and actually shown to have harm, including things like apricot seeds. You might have heard of vitamin B17 or Laetrile. I actually just had a patient asking me about SEACT, and she had hormone-sensitive breast cancer. I had to tell her to stop that because it can actually stimulate growth. There can be organ toxicity, like hepatotoxicity, and even contamination with other compounds that can lead to harm. And so we really have to be very careful. The other thing to think about is that who's producing these? Supplements, at least in the United States, are not regulated by the FDA. And so the safety guidelines are a lot less. And so this is a very interesting study where this lab actually purchased different supplements and then did DNA analysis of their supplements. And as you can see there in the blue, you want blue. Blue is the authentic product, right? So ideally, everything should be blue on this chart. But instead, there are fillers, product substitution, contaminants. And you can even see, like, company A has 0 authentic product, right? C, D, E. I mean, there are some companies who have no authentic product in their supplement. So because it's unregulated, nobody's really checking. So you have to be very, very careful about when you're getting supplements because it may or may not have what you think it has. And so they have to be, really quality controlled. And there can be drug-drug interactions. This is an area of research for mine where we're very concerned about, if you're on chemotherapy or radiation, there could be drug-drug interactions. And we'll talk about beta-carotene in a second, but St. John's wort, green tea, and things can increase your risk for bleeding. So for those undergoing surgery may want to stop some of these supplements. And so as we talked about, because they're not regulated, the quality, the safety, the dosing, there's a lot of unknowns. And so you really have to think carefully, do you want to go down that road and risk some undue harm, either through an interaction or direct toxicity? Now, this is a study that was a randomized trial looking at antioxidants during radiation therapy. And the thought was the radiation therapy would reduce the side effects and prevent future cancers. Unfortunately, what they found was that, they did find that there was a reduction in side effects. So patients who took the antioxidants during radiation had fewer side effects. However, those patients ended up having increased risk for recurrence and a lower survival than those who got a placebo pill. So what they proposed, what they hypothesized is that the antioxidants interfered with the radiation, which probably caused less side effects, but also made it less effective. Right? And so you have to think about these trade-offs very carefully. And there's other studies coming out. This is a more recent study in 2019 where they looked at supplement use before and after breast cancer treatment. And what you're looking for is that kind of red dotted line. The YY means yes, they were using it before diagnosis, and yes, they were using it after diagnosis. And interestingly, patients who took B12 before and after or iron supplementation who didn't really need it seemed to do worse than those who didn't take it. So we have to just be very judicious about our use of supplements. Now, I don't want you to think that I'm against supplements. As long as there's data that it's safe and effective, I'm for that. So, there have been randomized trials of ginger supplementation to reduce chemotherapy-induced nausea. This is a large CCOP study sponsored by the NIH, looking at different doses of ginger. And actually, what's interesting here is that the 500 milligram dose was better than the 1 gram or the 1.5 gram dose. So more is not always better. But that's something you might consider. So sometimes I'll tell patients who have nausea, not controlled by Zofran or Compazine, I'll say, hey, why don't you try some ginger tea or just buy some ginger and put it in some hot water and drink that, and that'll likely help reduce some of your nausea symptoms, something very simple and safe. Ginseng has been studied to help with cancer-related fatigue. This is another large randomized controlled trial showing that patients who took ginseng. So similarly, you can buy ginseng tea and something you might drink in the afternoon if you're feeling tired while you're going through treatment. And then, there has been studies of just a regular dose multivitamin. This is a retrospective study showing that just a regular dose multivitamin might help patients with their fatigue and really didn't have undue harm. So really what I tell patients is really, look carefully at the label. Don't use any megadose or high dose vitamins. But if you want to take a Centrum Silver or a once a day kind of vitamin during treatment because maybe you're not eating well, it might be helpful and you might feel a little bit better and it might help kind of round out your nutrition for those who are having trouble eating. And I'd be interested in Stephanie's advice later on. So shifting gears, let's talk about some symptoms. So back pain, actually I just recently moved, so I was lifting a lot of heavy boxes, so I injured my back, so I can relate to this. And then, you have back pain, you kind of get a little bit stressed out. You're like, oh, I can hardly move. And this is true, actually, I had more of this. I had less stress, but I was not sleeping well because I had all this back pain. I couldn't sleep properly. But it's kind of what we call a symptom cluster, right? So you have one symptom, it leads to another symptom, and it just kind of it cycles and it makes it worse. So what are ways we can address that? So acupuncture is one option. I've studied acupuncture. Now, again, this one says you got to be kidding. Your back still hurts. He's got 100 needles. So again, more is not always better. I think that's very true in integrative medicine. But there is data that acupuncture can help with musculoskeletal pain. This is actually published in JAMA Oncology recently, looking at it in patients with musculoskeletal pain and cancer survivors. And you can see compared to usual care, those who got electroacupuncture or auricular acupuncture, that's ear acupuncture, seem to have improvement in their pain symptoms. This is another study in JCO. It's actually it's about 20 years old, actually, where they were just getting ear acupuncture. So what you can see on the left-hand side there says acupuncture versus placebo acupuncture versus another placebo. So they actually had two placebo arms. And what you see is that the pain scores were in the mid-50s, but only the true acupuncture reduced the pain to the mid-30s, versus in the placebo or fake acupuncture, it didn't really change at all. So there are very simple things you can do with acupuncture that can help reduce pain symptoms. This is another pain study looking at massage. This is a large randomized controlled trial looking at massage to help improve pain and mood, and you can see significant improvement in both symptoms with just a simple massage therapy. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that all these techniques have to be modified for cancer patients. So if you see a massage therapist, we don't recommend getting kind of your deep tissue Swedish massage. That's kind of what we call level 5. There is something called the Walton scale for patients, and we really modify the massage technique. So hopefully your massage therapist is familiar with cancer care, knows to avoid your port or other devices, knows to avoid the radiation areas, and then they need to modify it. Maybe level 1 through 3 is generally what most of our massage therapists would use. Mind-body practices, I think the speaker earlier today was talking about meditation. There's a very good evidence and maybe has the best evidence base in terms of its benefits for cancer patients, for stress and mood disturbance, quality of life. This is an interesting study done by Elvira Lang, I think, over at Harvard, where she did a hypnosis technique during a cancer biopsy. And what she found was that patients who got the hypnosis technique seemed to have less pain and less anxiety as compared to an attention control and standard of care. The other thing you'll notice is that the hypnosis line ends earlier. Those patients who got hypnosis tended to finish the biopsy procedure quicker, so anywhere from 20 to 30 minutes faster. So actually made the biopsy procedure more efficient. They got it over with. And then there's studies of yoga. Actually, I was mentioning to somebody there's been randomized controlled trials of yoga for sleep among cancer survivors. So instead of prescribing Ativan or prescribing a sleep aid, I will prescribe yoga, or I might prescribe meditation as a way to help them sleep at night. And it's been shown to improve sleep quality. So again, you don't have to run for the prescription. Music therapy is another great therapy that's been studied. This is one study in pediatric populations undergoing lumbar puncture. And you can see children who received a music therapy intervention had less pain and less anxiety as compared to usual care. So again, instead of, for the procedure, instead of them getting Ativan and Benadryl and sedating them all day, we're just doing a simple music therapy intervention. It's over, and they can go home without any kind of long-term side effects for the rest of the day. Well, something I've been interested in more recently is lavender aromatherapy. So this is one of my favorite studies. It's a Japanese study where they actually looked at the specific compounds found in lavender extract. And what they found, they tested the main ingredients of lavender extract, and they found that only linalool causes relaxation in mice. They basically put the mice like in a maze that's stressful for them. And when you give linalool, you just had them smell the linalool. They didn't even ingest it. They just put them in a box, had it smell it for 20 minutes, and then put them into the maze. And then they gave mice like Ativan, and essentially had almost the same effect as giving them a drug, just by smelling it. So I was like, oh, this is fantastic. The other thing, what's great about the study is actually they gave them a drug that prevented them from smelling. And so if you make the mouse unable to smell, it had no effect. And then they actually gave the mice flumazenil, which is a drug that antagonizes Ativan. And so basically it had no effect. So basically they showed it has a similar mechanism and effect as a benzodiazepine like Ativan. So again, you don't have to run for a prescription. And there have been clinical studies of using lavender aromatherapy to reduce anxiety and pain during procedures. So there's actually, I can't go through all the studies, but there have actually been several now. And so I think this is another area we're gonna probably do some research around aromatherapy. And what's interesting is that integrative therapies are now being incorporated into national guidelines. This came out a few years ago, 5 years, 6 years ago now, and you can see acupuncture, mindfulness-based stress reduction was a kind of a meditation technique, is considered to have moderate quality evidence to reduce pain for patients with chronic low back pain. The American Society for Clinical Oncology put out joint guidelines with the Society for Integrative Oncology, and they basically recommended acupuncture for things like aromatase-induced arthralgias, musculoskeletal pain, reflexology or acupuncture can also be utilized, massage, as well as hypnosis. So based on all the data I just showed you earlier for these guidelines. And even the National Comprehensive Cancer Network, NCCN, which is often what insurance companies use for standard of care, are now incorporating integrative therapies into their pain guidelines, nausea, vomiting, dyspnea. This is just one example. You can see they have a whole page on integrative therapies for pain now. And so because the evidence base is increasing, now you're seeing national guidelines incorporate them as another important approach. Especially with the opioid epidemic, we want to move away from pharmacologic interventions if we can. And maybe we can use it in combination as well for optimal approaches. So in summary, integrative oncology is part of the spectrum of supportive care, and it's really here to help optimize your cancer journey. A true integrative oncology needs to be evidence-based and personalized. And think about modalities like acupuncture, mind-body therapies, music, massage as ways to help manage your pain, anxiety, stress, and sleep, and other symptoms. So I want to say thank you. And just also want to let you know, if you're very interested in this area, there's the Society for Integrative Oncology. We have our 20th anniversary in Banff, Canada. And next year, we're hosting it at City of Hope in Orange County, so please come and visit us. Thank you again.
That was great. Thank you. And now I have the pleasure of introducing Anita Benson. Anita Benson is a certified operating room nurse with over 40 years of experience in the perioperative field of nursing assisting and has served as the interim perioperative director of nursing, working with open hearts, neurosurgery, orthopedics, with navigation, robotics, and many other procedures. She plays a strong role in the perioperative field, educating new nurses and using her positive attitude and tireless energy to encourage others to work hard and succeed. Anita is inspired daily by her husband, who was diagnosed with intrahepatic cholangiocarcinoma in August 2013 and survived, and by her son and daughter and 4 grandchildren. Anita likes to hike, bicycle along the ocean, and keep active, helping others to find hope and succeed in life.
Thank you so much. It is my privilege to be here for the first CCF conference, and I'm so enthused and excited about all that's being done for CCF for cholangiocarcinoma. I just really appreciate the PowerPoint presentations that Stephanie and Richard have done, and it will enhance what I'm going to be speaking about and what we did for my husband. So with that in mind, we will move forward to say that my husband was diagnosed with intrahepatic cholangiocarcinoma August 21, 2013. I'm happy to share our story in what we did for him. I didn't know what to do, and we were devastated with his situation. He was diagnosed with a large mass in the left lobe of the liver, at least 8.1 centimeters diameter, 8 millimeter lesion in the right lobe of the liver, occluded left portal and hepatic veins, prominent retroperitoneal and cardiophrenic lymph nodes, and a soft tissue mass in the hilum of the liver. And as I said, we were just devastated. He was given 3 to 4 months to live, and for sure less than a year. All I read was no cure, poor prognosis, less than 1% chance survival over and over. I believe one needs to find the best medical experts they can with a situation like this. So I called my brother, who's a surgeon, and he suggested that why don't we reach out to Mayo. When faced with death, you make the best possible decision you can. Treatment began with 3 primary chemo drugs: gemcitabine, cisplatin, and a beta trial drug that they said they'll probably never use again because it was so severe. Here he is at Mayo with his beginning chemo and port placement. Each treatment consisted of 8 IV bags and took 6 hours to infuse. One chemo drug caused the heart to hurt. Another caused a dry cough during infusion. Others in the study were vomiting. All as I watched, I felt helpless. What could I do to help my husband's situation? You know, innovations have the freedom to operate outside accepted norms. Innovations don't come from people who follow best practices. Thomas Edison was not a licensed electrician. The Wright brothers did not have their pilot's license. I had nothing to lose and everything to gain in the process of fighting for my husband's life. I needed to think outside the box. I began to pray and started researching everything I could to find hope. Inside, I gained a stubborn determination that I would do everything possible to help my husband live. But I knew it would have to be a miracle. As a nurse, I understood the gravity of the situation because I had seen many operations with cancer patients. In my research, I saw that chemo can kill both cancer cells and good cells. If that's true, then it would be absolutely necessary to somehow provide the body with good nutrition to help rebuild the good cells. I found a website from Dr. Joe Furman's diet, which states that a nutrient-rich based plant diet can dramatically reduce the risk and in many cases resolve certain types of cancer and other major illnesses. It made sense. Eat everything that is high in quality nutrition. I researched World's Healthiest Foods and came up with a website, whfoods.com. Unfortunately, this website has become unavailable at this time, but you can get a copy of the book on the web if you want to. It's an invaluable source of information. I began to search for plant-based foods that were high in iron, protein, vitamins, minerals that your body needs to rebuild good cells. We found an article of a man who had actually had 12 small tumors in his liver, and after regular juicing, the tumors began to shrink. Why not try it? We decided to start juicing with high-quality nutrition. It is important to drink the fresh juice 15 to 30 minutes before eating your meal. And we found that the purpose was to help bypass the digestive system as quickly as possible, go on down to where the tumor is. The tumor can then latch onto the fruit sugars, and then the antioxidants go in and kill the tumor cells, and it worked. This is the breakfast juice we used every morning. You can vary this juice, but look for quality. We're always looking for quality in what we're feeding him. Note the high quality of greens. The deeper the green, the higher the quality. I felt that he needed not only the juicing, but also some fiber and bulk foods, so I prepared a good breakfast every morning with high-quality nutrition. I varied the fruit depending on what was in the season at the time, and this is the type of breakfast that we eat. Here are just a few ideas on what a quality breakfast looks like. Many chemo patients do not feel like eating. Chemo makes them very sick. So I varied his breakfast and made it look appetizing so he would want to eat it. Here's the lunch juice we used. You can vary this juice, but look for quality. Once again, drink 15 to 30 minutes before eating your meal. It needs to be, and the juice needs to be drank within just 15 minutes of process, fixing it, as that provides the best and highest quality nutrition in the juice without letting it sit. This is the type of high quality lunches I would serve him. I tried to use as many high cruciferous vegetables as possible. I want to briefly go through the value of some of these foods. Broccoli has a strong positive impact on our body's detoxification system. You can see the high value that broccoli has in it. Always look for quality. Brussels sprouts are now known to top the list of commonly eaten cruciferous vegetables. They have a variety of cancer-protective substances. Once again, you can look at the value in Brussels sprouts. Collard greens may be the greatest of all commonly eaten cruciferous vegetables. In a recent study, steamed collard greens outshined the majority of other green vegetables, green leafy vegetables like steamed kale, mustard greens, broccoli, Brussels sprouts, and cabbage in terms of its ability to bind bile acids in the digestive tract. It is worth noting that steamed collards show much greater bile acid binding ability than raw collards. We get unique health benefits from collard greens in the form of cancer protection due to the glucosinolates found in this cruciferous vegetable. The value in collard greens is amazing. Kale is now recognized as providing comprehensive support for the body's detoxification system. New research has shown that the ITCs made from kale's glucosinolates can help regulate detox at a genetic level. Kale has over 45 flavonoids, which combine both antioxidant and anti-inflammatory benefits. Look at the high value in kale. Sweet potatoes have a key antioxidant called beta-carotene, which makes them a standout antioxidant food. Pinto beans, beans of any sort, among all groups of foods commonly eaten worldwide, no group has a more health-supportive mix of protein plus fiber than legumes. You can see the quality of beans and their value. These are just a few examples. There are many, many more. The more plant-based, the better. This has the highest quality of nutrition. Make it look appetizing so they'll want to eat it. You don't have to eat just one thing. There is a wide variety that you can choose from, so it does not become distasteful or to repeat the same things. You can choose, but always look for the high quality in what you're eating. Fresh garden produce is best. I use mostly organic, but not always if it doesn't look good. Make sure it's good quality. Avoid starchy foods like pastas, white rice, or any refined foods. World's Healthiest Foods does not even classify pasta as a healthy food. One of our doctors mentioned that refined sugar can actually make the tumor grow. And Stephanie enlightened us on this issue in her PowerPoint presentation. But I decided I would rather have my husband's life, so we began to remove all refined sugars from his diet. We started using fresh dates and raisins instead. Garlic has the ability to kill cancer cells and fight infection. And I used this drink for my husband many times. It was a bit strong, so I had to decrease the fresh garlic a little bit. And you can vary it however you want to. This picture shows honey. Many people use honey for medicinal purposes, but you can also, we chose not to because of the high sugar content. At night, in the evening for his dinner, I gave him something light so that he could sleep well at night. You can mix this up, but once again, look for quality, what you're putting in there. This particular drink is high in iron and protein. His tumor began to shrink from 8.1 to 7.0 centimeters. All his lab work continued to be within normal ranges. I began to have fun with nutrition and enjoyed working with each color of the rainbow. This is our Thanksgiving turkey that we had. Each color provides different sets of nutrition. It became fun to find things that were high in quality nutrition that looked appetizing. This is a graduation display that I made for a friend at work. On October 21, his tumor had slightly decreased again. From 7.0, it was 6.4. The oncologist said to continue what we were doing, but he said, I can't give you hope at this time because oftentimes what happens is the tumor can decrease, but then it can come back with a vengeance. So he said, don't get your hopes up. But every decrease gave us courage to keep on trying. Chemo does not make one feel very well, so I was always looking for ways to try and make it look appetizing and to vary it up so my husband would want to eat it. On December 9, 2013, tumor had slightly decreased again in size from 6.4 to 6.0. We had many answered prayers. The results of chemo has deadly effects, and we continue to look for more solutions and ways to build healthy cells in my husband's body. We learned about other things that were really important, like exercise in the fresh air. It not only decreases depression from having this type of disease, but it also improves the circulation and reduces blood pressure, improves sleep, and it lowers the risk of many different types of cancers and heart and other diseases. My husband could not exercise at all very well, and he had a very difficult time because he had had a sit-down job. And so at first, he could only exercise like 5 minutes a day. I said, that's wonderful. It's okay. We'll exercise more tomorrow. And it was to the point where he finally exercised 1 to 2 miles a day. A growing body of research clearly shows the absolute necessity of vitamin D for good health and disease prevention. It maintains healthy bones and regulates many other cellular functions in your body. And so my husband, every day that he could, would get out and be in the sunshine for 10 to 20 minutes. Sleep is an important good part of good health also. It's just as important as diet and exercise. Good sleep improves your brain performance, mood, and health. Everything from blood vessels to the immune system uses sleep as a time for repair. So we tried to help my husband get as much rest as possible. Pure water removes toxins and waste from the body. Drinking water should be clean and free from contaminants to ensure proper health and wellness. On January 27, my husband's tumor had shrunk again. It was only 5.5. We continued to keep on juicing and eating with high nutrition. Things were tough, but we continued to press on as he continued his chemo. It became a difficult struggle. I was working full-time to keep up my husband's juicing and everything needed for his care, and it began to take its toll. My husband was getting weaker, and I had to push him around in a wheelchair for some time. We continued to keep doing what we were doing, even though it was very difficult and exhausting, determined that we would do everything we could until the very last. It is important for us to refrain from those things that are not healthy. Remember, each soft drink equals approximately 10 teaspoons of sugar. Are diet drinks any more healthful? Carbon dioxide equals poison we breathe out every day. Should we drink CO2? I'm just throwing out some of these questions to think about. Imitation sweeteners can be just as harmful as sugar. And it's good to eliminate alcohol and caffeine as much as possible. On February 7, 2014, they never thought that they would take my husband in for surgery, but they decided that his tumor had shrunk enough that they would go ahead and do it. It took 7.5 hours. We were told that it would take an hour and a half. So we were quite worried as we waited for my husband's situation to know what was happening. The surgeon came out after the surgery and stated that the procedure had gone very well, and it was a lot more involved than what he had thought at first. But he said he had lost less than 200 mils of blood and that he would do very well, he felt. After surgery, he had some complications set in that we needed to deal with. His tumor had shrunk again, and it was only 50% viable. We were to connect with doctors near home. This is what was found when we arrived home. And sorry, it looks like there's a a black spot on that for some reason, but we had over 300 ribbons that were tied on our fence at home. The support was overwhelming from family and friends and so very important. Hot foot baths, some other opportunities we used were hot foot baths, which brought fevers down and increased circulation. Epsom salt baths increased circulation and removed poisons. Charcoal patches assisted in removing poisons from the liver. We just placed the charcoal patches over the abdomen, over the liver area. Brown rice water reduced acid reflux symptoms that my husband had. I believe it's very important to keep cancer patients busy due to depression that can set in from this type of disease if they're left alone at home when you're working and think about their cancer. So we kept busy. Here we are on a trip actually to Haiti, where we were invited to accompany some eye surgeons. And I also felt that cancer patients need to feel needed. So I purchased bought a puppy for my husband so that he would have the need to care for that puppy while I was away at work. We had many projects that we needed to do, but we came up with projects to help him keep busy. And one of the most important projects that we did was to make this cradle for our first grandson. And we put our little hearts in it, carved out little hearts and everything. And my husband never knew if he would have the privilege of being able to hold his first grandson. But in 2015, my husband had the privilege of holding his first grandson. Strong family support is vital during this time. Our daughter moved back in for 6 months to help. My sister and her husband came for 2 weeks and then returned another week later to help. Our son and family were also a great support, helping where needed. A few years later, on December 22, my husband was able to hold our fourth grandson. What a privilege. Every day is a gift. Hold on to it. I want to tell those that are going through this, that are just beginning the journey, hold on to it. It's very important. Keep on hoping. It's very important. The oncologist at Mayo told us you are very fortunate. You have a lot of things that most people don't have. You have a strong faith. You have strong family support system. You have friends, good nutrition, exercise, a good attitude, so many things that many people don't have. For someone who is suffering from this type of disease, you need experienced medical professionals as well as caregivers to assist in lifestyle changes, which are crucial to the healing process. Mayo was so helpful and provided such a great care for my husband while he was so sick. And our daughter decided she wanted to work at Mayo as a nurse. Many of you might know her. I don't know if some of you do, but her name is pianonurse.com is what she goes by. And if you look on that website, you can see her story. My husband was declared cancer-free 5 years later in 2019. 10 years later, he is still alive by God's grace. And it is my privilege at this point right now to present my husband to you at this time on stage.
Caregivers are undervalued. This one saved my life. Not only that, I feel so great today. I'm looking forward to the next 30 years when I'll be 100. I really, really cannot thank my dear wife enough for all she did for me. Thank you.
And Anita, we have some time for questions. If you'd like to ask some questions, I want to ask a question. Stephanie, you talked about how important muscle mass is, and I've seen several publications coming out lately, and maybe Dr. Lee can respond to this as well, on the importance of exercise. So can we infer from the nutrition information and from the recent publications then that that exercise and muscle building is going to help patients do better? You can go ahead.
Yeah, so definitely when I meet with patients, and we talk a lot about muscle because we see that helps tolerate treatment. So the one aspect of it is the protein intake, so making sure you're hitting enough protein to stimulate muscle synthesis. But exercise is absolutely key. That's a great question, and I'm glad you brought it up because I think it's not always talked about enough in this setting, because we know that specifically resistance exercise does help with stimulating muscle growth. So, checking with your doctor what's safe for you to do, and then trying to find a way to incorporate that to help you, build back muscle if you've had muscle loss, or even work on maintaining it, I think is really crucial for anyone with a diagnosis of cancer, definitely.
Yeah, I agree. I think there is more research coming out on the importance of exercise. So I think there's two aspects. One is just your physical fitness and health, and being able to keep up your functional state, your performance status. So, and if you look at the guidelines on cancer fatigue, actually, I think the best evidence is exercise, which is counterintuitive. People think, well, I'm on chemo, I'm tired. But there have been some randomized trials where if you actually keep exercising, you tend to reduce the fatigue because you're maintaining your physical fitness and how much you can tolerate chemo. I think there's also some interesting data that whether or not physical activity during chemotherapy might improve the efficacy, and I think that's people are looking into that, maybe because you're improving your circulation or other biological effects. We're not sure. I do know there was a large randomized, I think it finished accrual, but we're still waiting for the results. There was a large randomized controlled trial in colorectal cancer, randomizing patients to an intensive exercise program or not. And so I think we're waiting for the results of that. And they are going to look at not only just outcomes of physical fitness and quality of life and symptoms, but they're also looking at outcomes like recurrence rates and survival. So I think it looks very promising. And like you said, I think you have to, when you're in chemo, I think you have to work with somebody, probably, better to work with a personal trainer who has like certification in oncology, so you know what's the right balance. I mean, you can overdo it. I've had patients like running 10, 20 miles and they're losing weight, and I'm like, well, it's because you're probably exercising too much. So it's just trying to balance it out.
Thank you. Looks like I just want to say one thing. We'll get right to you. Anita, bless you, because being a caregiver is not easy, and those meals, holy cow, you are a lucky man. Yes, so wonderful, wonderful. Okay. Let's go right here.
My name's Paige. I'm a nurse practitioner at Johns Hopkins. I have a question for Stephanie. I spend my time telling a lot of patients what not to do that they've looked up in terms of different diets. And I agree very much with the plant-based, the whole plant-based diet. The challenge that I have is that fruits, vegetables, things of all, the rainbow colors don't have a high calorie content. And so patients, I say the stomach is precious real estate, that they can't eat very much, they eat small meals frequently, but eating lots of plants, veggies, what have you, they're missing out on high calorie food. So was wondering what your suggestion is in terms of small amounts that are high protein, high calorie dense.
Yeah, that's a great question, and something that I deal with patients as well. You might feel full and only eating a small amount, and what I focus on first is if people tolerate them, to focus on plant-based forms of high-calorie foods. So maybe things like avocado or adding olive oil to those vegetables, doing nut butters, things in a more easily digestible form so that it's going to be digested more quickly in the body so you can eat something a few hours later. And then, of course, as I mentioned before, there's balance in what we're eating. So, there is room for other high-calorie foods as well. If you're losing weight, I think priority is, again, treating that malnutrition. So you might have times in your treatment where you're eating more foods that aren't from plant sources. The other thing that can really help is modifying the plant foods. So similarly to what she was discussing with all her amazing meals for her husband, you can make a smoothie out of fruits and vegetables, and that's really going to break up the fibers and make it easier to digest. And you can mix that with high protein foods and with some of those plant fats to make a really nutrient-dense smoothie that can help you. You can also try just chopping them, cooking them, making them easier to digest, doing more, comfort preparation like stews and soups and things that are easy to eat when you don't have a lot of energy. So there is a balance, and again, there might be times during treatment where you're not even supposed to be eating a lot of fiber if you've had a recent digestive surgery. So you might have a little bit of, am commonly working with patients, so we need to adjust the type of fiber, the preparation of fiber. So the goal is always where you can get them, try to find the form that sits best for you. It's a great question.
Hi. My mother takes natural mushroom supplements to help with her side effects from chemo, like lion's mane and turkey tail. Have you heard of any contraindications of that with chemo? Or have you heard of any studies of that before?
So the question's around mushroom extracts or supplements. So there are some studies of mushroom extracts, and when I was at Case, I ran a small laboratory. We actually been studying mushroom extracts, including from turkey tail, shiitake, and other sources. So I do think there is some interesting data. Most of it comes out of Japan, where they've actually done prospective randomized controlled trials of mushroom extracts. There's particularly one, actually it's not made anymore, that was a Trametes versicolor, turkey tail based, showing some benefits in colorectal and gastric. So I think it looks very interesting. Most likely in my own research and others have demonstrated that these mushroom extracts don't really have any direct anti-cancer effects. So if you put it in a mouse model, and we've done this in our lab that has no immune system, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything in cell culture. But as soon as we put it in a syngenetic model of cancer that has an intact immune system, it does seem to consistently reduce the growth. So it's probably immunomodulatory. But what I would say is that I don't think there's enough studies to date to know which mushroom extract to use: lion's mane, reishi, shiitake, maitake. There's so many. And I will also tell you that in our studies, we were looking at different doses. We actually found that a low dose consistently increased the growth of the cancer, versus higher doses seem to decrease. So we were a little bit shocked. Actually, when we first did that study, I told my lab tech, run it again. This doesn't make any sense. But he ran it again, it was exactly the same result. So, and there is a phase 1 study done on MSK on a maitake extract. And if you look at that study, the mushroom extract has different effects on different types of immune cells. So some immune cells are stimulated, some are suppressed. At different doses, it seems to have different effects. And so at very high doses, it seems to maybe could even be immunosuppressive. So my advice for my patients who ask is if a patient's on chemotherapy, I don't recommend it. One, because I don't know if there's an interaction. Is it going to, a lot of these are metabolized to the liver. A lot of chemotherapy is metabolized, and is that a good idea in a patient with cholangiocarcinoma that already has altered metabolism? So I don't know. Two, I really don't know which mushroom extract to use and at what dose. The other thing I'll tell you that we started looking at, a colleague of mine said, well, what happens if you start it and stop it? And we actually found intermittent dosing might be even better than daily dosing. So I think there's a lot of things I just, personally, there's a lot of things I just don't know about it. And so, especially in cholangiocarcinoma, because it hasn't been well studied, I would be hesitant. If I have a patient with colorectal cancer or gastric cancer, for which there is a randomized controlled trial, I feel a little bit better about, thinking about it, but I never do it during the middle of chemo. And I would definitely not do it during immunotherapy. I think there could be, it could go either way. So we are interested in doing studies. Our next set of studies is to combine it in a mouse model with immunotherapy to see if it enhances. I will tell you that my colleague at Case, who's studying a beta-glucan, which is thought to be the active ingredient of mushrooms is beta-glucans or certain types of glucans, they did a study where they combined it, and actually the animal model did worse. And she kind of glossed over it in that she was presenting it. I said, could you go back to that slide? Are you telling me that the PDL1 plus your beta-glucan did worse? She's like, yes. And I said, well, that was weird. And she's like, yes, we're trying to figure out what happened. Right? So I think we just don't know, right? And so there's a lot of unknowns. So I think this is one of those that I think is very interesting. It's worth more study. I know that there is a beta-glucan in clinical trials. And I know people are looking into it, but today I think it's too risky. In different, if you were a cancer survivor and you said, hey, I finished and I want to try to prevent it from coming back, that might be a different scenario, but during chemo or any kind of active treatment, I would be very cautious. And so I would just eat mushrooms. just like a lot of fruits and vegetables, although it's not truly a vegetable, but I don't think there's any harm in you eating a lot of mushrooms. So you want mushroom soup and shiitake and maitake and portobello, go ahead.
Can we go back to Heidi? I think Heidi's, do you have a question, Heidi?
Yes.
Then we'll come up here.
First of all, I want to thank you because it was all very informative and helpful. My question is about alkaline water. We have several places in our town, and they tout all the health benefits, and they talk about it very helpful to cancer patients. And I just want to know what you think about alkaline water.
So I'll give my take. I don't know if you want to chime in as well. So alkaline water is kind of similar to the alkaline diet that I mentioned in my presentation. And I also have a lot of, people that I work with that choose to drink alkaline water. And it's similar where we don't have studies showing that it's going to provide benefit, but at the same time, I don't think there's a lot of harm to drinking alkaline water. And if that's what tastes better to you when you're getting chemo, that's absolutely okay. But it can also be expensive. So it's definitely not something that we have evidence to support that you should only drink alkaline water. So it's kind of a patient-specific thing. If you like it, it makes you feel better, you can incorporate it. But not a lot of data behind it to show it having a benefit in the body. And I kind of talked a little bit about the pH balance in the body too, so the same would apply there too.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, and then we'll take the two questions back here, and then we need to wrap this session up. Thank you.
Dr. Lee, real quick, what are the qualifications and certifications you look for in an acupuncturist? Also, at what frequency would one need to do, in other words, visits, before you start seeing some kind of results? And then finally, totally off subject or different related, but cannabis, medical marijuana. I know you didn't mention that, but I'm sure there's a lot of questions about that as well.
Yeah, I was debating whether or not to put a cannabis slide. I thought, I don't know if I have enough time, but someone will probably ask. So I think cannabis is a hot area of research right now. Actually, I have a study in R21 from NCI looking at cannabis to see if it can treat chemotherapy-induced peripheral neuropathy. So I think cannabis, there's data. There's an Institute of Medicine kind of overview indicating that there's enough data to say cannabis could be potentially helpful for things like pain, appetite, nausea, muscle spasms, especially multiple sclerosis. There's some indications for seizures in certain indications. So I do think there's enough data to say it can be helpful from the symptom standpoint. And people often forget there's Marinol, which is a FDA-approved THC, which is approved for appetite and for nausea. So if your state has it available, I think it's a reasonable option. There's very, very little data on CBD. It's highly marketable, but very few studies. So I think the data there is probably maybe around anxiety and sleep. It might be helpful, but I think we need more research. As an anti-cancer agent, I would say there's very, very little data to date in terms of its anti-cancer benefits. And quoting from my colleague who's at UCSF, where California has had it legal, he's like, someone asked, and he said, I've been in California for 50 years, and I still have yet to come across a case of somebody, having anti-cancer effects. He's like, there's so many people in California using it, I think I would have seen it by now, and he hadn't seen a single case yet. So I think that's a good, not as scientific as but a reasonable data point. So the other question was acupuncture. So you need to make sure your acupuncturist is certified nationally. There's a national licensing, and usually most states have a state licensure. So at a minimum, they have to have both of those. You would prefer somebody who is at least willing to work within a Western healthcare system. And the reason being is that usually when I've had acupuncturists within my own team, I ask them to check blood counts, like, are you neutropenic? Do you have low platelet count? Are you on anticoagulation? These are kind of things they need to know so that they can modify the acupuncture technique. And so hopefully they have some familiarity within a kind of a Western system and are willing to communicate with your oncologist. There are certain times where after surgery, they shouldn't be acupuncturing near their surgical site and some of these basic things. So I think those are the kind of things you want to look for, some that's probably working with your other medical providers, ideally.
Go ahead.
Hi. First, thank you for all the information. It's pretty amazing. And you're going to get another cannabis question. So there's a retrospective study about cannabis and durvalumab. Do you know of any current studies going on or Any more studies about the relationship between the two?
So with development, you mean immunotherapy?
Yeah, the immunotherapy being less effective when using cannabis.
I think that could be real. They're asking is that, there's been some analysis now that cannabis use during immunotherapy could be harmful. And a couple of publications have indicated there could be a decreased efficacy. I think that's real because, so if you understand the biology of cannabis, right? So there are CB1 receptors and there's CB2 receptors. CB1 receptors are, are one of the most prevalent neurotransmitters found in the brain and the CNS. CB2 receptors are actually primarily found in the periphery on immune cells, right? And, cannabis is thought to have an anti-inflammatory effect. And so my personal thinking hypothesis, although I would say it's more speculative, why are there CB2 receptors on immune cells? It probably has an anti-inflammatory effect. And if you're using a lot of cannabis while you're on immunotherapy, it's kind of like taking steroids in immunotherapy. We know high-dose steroids will decrease your efficacy of immunotherapy. So I would generally avoid cannabis, during immunotherapy because of that risk. I think there's ongoing, people are trying to collect more data around this to know for sure, but I think there is a potential harm there.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll make my 2 questions quick. I've been taking green tea every day since I heard that green tea was supposed to be good for your liver, and now I see hepatotoxicity on some of these presentations here. Is it good for you?
So the questions around green tea. So the hepatotoxicity that has been reported is specifically the patients who take very high dose concentrated green tea supplements. And so it's been demonstrated that especially on an empty stomach, the liver probably can't handle the metabolites and it causes damage. So I think it's perfectly fine to drink green tea. So if you want to drink 2-3 cups, not a liter or 2, but a couple cups a day. But I would avoid green tea supplements, which could be very concentrated and then unfortunately could lead to some liver toxicity.
Okay, thank you. Real quickly, what do you think of protein supplements such as Premier Protein, Orgain?
Yeah, so protein supplements definitely can have a place. As you've heard, the theme is food first, so if you're able to tolerate protein-rich foods, that's usually where we start. But there's a lot of times where proteins aren't appetizing, or maybe the plant proteins are higher in fiber, it's hard to get enough of them. And as I talked about, muscle mass is so key. So I do use protein supplements. It's going to vary a lot individual from person to person. I'll often recommend if there's like a plain unflavored protein powder that you can mix into things. But for shakes on the go that are an easy option, if you're going to be spending a couple hours in infusion, they can be good options. And my general rule of thumb is look for one that has high protein. So I'd say at minimum 15 to 20 grams of protein, and then looking for one that's generally low in the added sugars, just again to help reduce the total intake over the day. So it depends a lot on what somebody can tolerate, whether a higher calorie or a lower calorie shake is important, but I think they can be really good tools to help somebody maintain protein intake when foods are a little bit difficult.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephanie, Richard, and Anita. Fantastic, and I think they'll have so many more questions for you. We're so grateful you're here. This is one of the main topics of interest for patients when they first come to the foundation. They want to know how to handle things, so thank you so much.
Please welcome to the stage Matthew Cooley and Amanda Notke.
It's now my pleasure to call Matthew Cooley, who is a PhD student in clinical and translational science at the Mayo Clinic, and he will talk to us about the genome-wide association study in cholangiocarcinoma. Thank you.
All right. Well, hi, everyone. First, I'd like to thank the Cholangiocarcinoma Foundation for the invitation for us to share this information, but also for supporting this study over the last several years and allowing us to collect patient samples here at the conference. Also, as a researcher, I'd just like to thank the patients and the caregivers for sharing their stories over the last couple days. It's really motivational and inspirational for me as a researcher to hear that patient perspective and really helps me feel there's a deeper meaning to the work that our team is doing. So here today to present on the Cholangiocarcinoma Genome-Wide Association Study, which everyone got the email to get their sample collected while here on site in Salt Lake City. So our agenda for this presentation, we're going to talk about what is cholangiocarcinoma, although that likely doesn't need any introduction. We'll talk about understanding the genetics of cholangiocarcinoma, describe what genome association studies are, and then introduce our International Consortium for the Genetics of Biliary Tract Cancers, long title for CCA-GWAS. So first, background on cholangiocarcinoma. So it's a cancer of the biliary tract, can generally be classified as intrahepatic or extrahepatic. We do have several well-recognized risk factors, which include cysts, stones, primary sclerosing cholangitis, liver fluke infections, but really most cases don't have a specific or known cause, and that's one of the reasons that makes early diagnosis very difficult and really highlights the importance of prevention and screening. So in terms of epidemiology, when you look at the global map, in terms of northern Europe and the US, Australia, the mortality rate is between 2 to 3 per 100,000 inhabitants. And then when you look at certain areas of Asia, it's approximately double that, where some of those known risk factors are in higher prevalence, such as liver flukes. And then you also see a good portion of the map that doesn't have any information, parts of Asia and the majority of Africa, where not much information is known about cholangiocarcinoma. So what are the risk factors for cholangiocarcinoma? As I said, it's complicated. There's some we know and a lot of things we don't know. So I think this complicated diagram is accurate. It's complicated. So there's certain things that we know have an association with cholangiocarcinoma, such as the bolded items on the slide: primary sclerosing cholangitis, inflammatory conditions of the biliary tract, liver flukes, gallstones, but also other diseases and risk factors, such as viral hepatitis, certain lifestyle components such as obesity, diabetes, hypertension, but also environment, so environmental exposures or things of that nature that can increase your risk for developing primary sclerosing cholangitis or cholangiocarcinoma. But what we're going to focus on is the host genetics for cholangiocarcinoma. So as I mentioned, the genetics of cholangiocarcinoma, they're complicated. So there's really no obvious genetic links. As far as occurrences in families, they're typically low. Most genetic links are typically attributed to the risk factors, such as risk factors for primary sclerosing cholangitis or diabetes, some of those other causes, not necessarily directly related to cholangiocarcinoma. Also making it complicated, many of the mutations that are found in cholangiocarcinoma are common cancer-causing mutations. They aren't specific to cholangiocarcinoma. They're seen in many types of cancers. Also, the genetic profile is different between intrahepatic and extrahepatic cholangiocarcinoma. So there's distinct differences between those two as well. Further complicating the matter is most of the genetic studies that have been done to date are relatively small in numbers. So the big takeaway from this slide is just showing that there's a lot of common known cancer genes and the frequency rate in cholangiocarcinoma and gallbladder cancer. We'd think that those would be similar between cholangiocarcinoma and another similar disease such as gallbladder cancer, but it's not the case. So there's a distinct profile between those two. But again, these are just common cancer-associated genes, not specific to any one type of cancer. And then also, as I mentioned, there's distinct differences between intrahepatic and extrahepatic cholangiocarcinoma. So again, common cancer-causing mutations in oncogenes, a very distinct profile between what's observed in intrahepatic versus extrahepatic cholangiocarcinoma. So next we want to cover what the genome-wide association study is. So I think probably in a similar fashion to the east is west and west is east analogy from last night, I'll start with the largest object, which is the smallest object on this slide, a chromosome. So within our bodies, we have chromosomes, which are made up of genes, which when you get smaller, they're made up of these nucleotide bases, which are kind of the building block of your genetic code. So when we find changes in your genetic code, we call these small changes are single nucleotide polymorphisms, and that's what we are trying to detect in this in our genome-wide association studies. So what are SNPs? It's the most common genetic variant or mutation, if you will. It occurs naturally and normally. They occur 1 in 1,000 nucleotides in your body. What's important to highlight is most of these SNPs, they aren't disease-causing. They occur and there's no impact because of that change. So what we want to look at is how these variants in important parts of the genes can affect a protein function, and that's when we typically see a predisposition for cancer when the mutation is at that specific location. So what we try and do in these genome-wide association studies, we sequence or genotype the DNA. We look for these SNPs. And once we sequence a large number of cholangiocarcinoma patients, we're able to compare that data to patients without cholangiocarcinoma, allowing us to identify rare variants that may be associated with this disease, which are typically less obvious in smaller study populations. So in terms of the analysis and the output, we sequence the data. We get this this long line of ATCGs. We see what's different between the affected cases and the unaffected controls, and we put together what's called a Manhattan plot, where the peak just shows us the frequency of some of these changes that were observed. And then I think I'll get into the next slides, but then we have a certain threshold which is of interest versus of significance. So now I'm going to go into kind of the background of this study, the discovery phase, and what we're working on right now, which is the expansion phase, which many of you are now going to be a part of when you donated your samples in our room. So this effort is led by Dr. Lewis Roberts at the Mayo Clinic and Dr. Catherine McGlynn, as well as Dr. Chris Amos at Baylor College of Medicine. So this is the first large-scale GWAS of cholangiocarcinoma. For the discovery phase, it was over 2,600 patients from 24 sites, primarily in North America and Europe. So in that initial data set, the majority of the participants were of European descent, a good balance of intrahepatic and extrahepatic cholangiocarcinoma, and some gallbladder cancers as well. So looking at the data, we did have some locations that met the statistical significance threshold. I think that was an HLE region, but this is just looking at our total European samples. So this is analyzing 2,400 patient cholangiocarcinoma samples. So there were some hits of interest that need further evaluation. But when we look specifically at the intrahepatic, really just some things that maybe raised our suspicion, but not necessarily to a significant state. And the same can be said with the extrahepatic samples. So the important thing with that is, we really need to expand our patient population in this study. So now what we're working on is the expansion phase, and we were recently awarded a federal grant from the NIH, which will help us sequence hopefully over 7,000 cholangiocarcinoma patient samples over the next 5 years. And we've been able to gather, I think we're at 80 some sites, maybe 85 sites now, with collaborators in over 31 countries. And a major partner in this effort is the Cholangiocarcinoma Foundation, who's been very instrumental in helping us accrue patients to participate in this study. And really, the emphasis on this expansion phase is to increase the global representation and the diversity of samples in this study. So why is that important? Genetic variants are typically they can be more common in specific regions, racial or ethnic groups. And really with our first discovery phase of the project, the majority of the participants were of Northern European descent. So what we're attempting to do is really expand that to sites in Asia, Africa, South America, and additional sites across North America to hope to get a larger, a more diverse set of patient samples so we can better understand the genetics of cholangiocarcinoma. So just to highlight, here's little dots on all the countries that we so far have participating in this study. You'll see U.S. is just one dot, but we do have, I think, 30-some sites now within the U.S. that are contributing to this study, but we really expanded our efforts in Africa and Asia to really get a very diverse set of patient samples contributing to this study. So how can you participate? I think everyone got the email at the beginning of the conference, so you can complete that patient demographic form, go to room 150D, get your blood drawn, and you'll be included in that study. If you don't get a chance to do it during this conference, this is actually posted on the Cholangiocarcinoma Foundation website. You can just click that link or scan that code, submit your contact information, and we'll actually mail you a kit that you can bring to your clinic or hospital that you're seeing your provider at, and they'll collect that sample for you and ship it to us. So in terms of acknowledgements, this is our long list of sites that are currently part of our consortium focused on collecting cholangiocarcinoma samples and healthy controls over the next few years. So we're really grateful for everyone's effort to help really understand the genomics of cholangiocarcinoma. And thanks to our team at the Mayo Clinic, Baylor College of Medicine, and the NCI. So with that, I think that's it. Yeah. And I guess we'll have questions after this. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
That's great. It's really important work. And now I can introduce Amanda Notke. She has a PhD and has a research background in epigenetics, followed by over a decade of experience working with pharma and biotech companies, nonprofits, directly with patients to accelerate scientific and clinical research into better access for cancer patients for their best treatment options. At Invitae, she focuses on data quality and insights generation for the citizen clinicogenomic data sets. So she's going to speak to us on the importance of contributing your data for research.
Thank you so much. And thank you all for giving me this opportunity, and to those that are live streaming in as well, thank you so much. Today I'll be talking about the registry. So we've heard from Stacy, we've heard from Melinda, from others, reminders to please sign up. Well, what is this thing? What kind of data are we collecting? What are some of the things that we can do with it? And so, can figure out how to advance the slides. Should be that big green one. The big green button. Yes, so I'll begin with an overall vision on what we collectively are trying to achieve with this registry, then get into a little bit more of the details about how this information is collected, how it's structured, how we make sure that it's ready for high quality research, and then I'll provide 4 examples of the types of analyses or research questions that are already being answered with this data, and we'll close with some future directions. And so, what are we all here together trying to achieve? And really, one way to put it is ensuring that each individual gets the best treatment possible that is available to them. And the way that we can figure this out, all the way from drug discovery through drug development to regulatory decisions, to guidelines inclusion, to individual decisions between the doctor and the patient, is by looking at data, looking at the information that exists and drawing insights about what is applicable to each individual's situation. And thinking collectively about how to make sure that there are the best treatments available and that the best decisions can be made using data. We can think about 2 paths that data can contribute. And so one is deeper understanding of the treatments that we already have. So there's so much information out there, not just from clinical trials, which I'll talk a little bit about, but also from real-world experiences on treatments. So within everyone's medical records, it's documented. What was the clinical situation with the cancer? What treatments were given? How tolerable were they? And then what was the outcome? And then what was done next? So all of that information is available out there. And if we can pull it together into one place, make it analyzable, we can really understand in a much deeper way the treatments that already exist and apply them in the best way possible for each person. In parallel, there's a high unmet need, and we've heard a lot of exciting developments this morning, and we'll continue to throughout the next few days, about new treatments that are being developed. So all the way from deciding new targets that we can pursue to create new medications, to designing the clinical trials, and then ultimately seeking regulatory approval and bringing them into clinical practice. So there are different types of data, and I just want to take a minute to talk through two main categories of data that we think about. And so first and foremost is the clinical trial data, which we can consider essentially the gold standard for data. So clinical trials are designed ahead of time before the data is collected in order to get the best, clearest answer to the question that is being explored. It might be, what is the best dose of a new medication? It might be comparing between two interventions to see which one has better efficacy or tolerability. But things are planned ahead of time, and then the data is collected in a very organized way so that it can be analyzed and answer the question. So given the rigorous design of clinical trials, there are some complications or some challenges as well. So it can be limited about how many individuals can participate in a clinical trial. Often this is due to geography or financial barriers to participate. Sometimes it's due to the design of the trial itself, the inclusion or exclusion criteria. But in any case, it can end up, from the drug developer perspective, being quite costly, difficult to recruit, and it takes a long time because you're planning it up front, you're running the trial to get the answer, it takes time. So now I want to introduce real-world data as a complementary or supplementary type of data. And so real-world data, as I described, is information about what actually has happened to people as they're going through their cancer journey. And so our platform pulls from medical records, and I'll describe that in more detail. But because it's coming from the real world, and because it's not under a strict design of a clinical trial, there can be variability in the way that information is collected. It can be documented in different ways. There can be gaps in the information available. Not everything is always tested for. Not everything is always documented. However, on the upside, this has the potential to reflect the entire patient population, including looking backwards in time. Given the considerations I mentioned about the variability, it does have a requirement for more sophisticated tools in order to collect this information and to standardize it in a way that it can be analyzed. And so next I'll introduce the Invitae Citizen platform, which powers the Cholangiocarcinoma registry. And so initially, as this platform was being designed, the way that we designed it was to make it patient-centric or participant-centric. And so that means that it's easy to sign up with, it's free, and it is centered on the individual. So it collects, upon signing up, you provide information about where you've received cancer care, and then our team leverages the HIPAA right of access. So in the United States, you have legal right to your medical documentation, and you can, allow others to do that on your behalf. So we go out, obtain all of the documents, bring them back into one place. And this is the portal that you can sign in anytime, see everything all in one place, and you can provide access to whomever you wish. So bringing everything together into one place is just the first step. And so the next part is processing this information. So scanning, uploading, and then extracting from the text of the medical records what we call clinical variables. So these pieces of information that tell us about the tumor characteristics, about the interventions, and about the outcomes. And all of this gets pulled together, structured, standardized, and is now research ready. But again, going back to being patient-centric, Another thing that's really important is to have transparency and consent about how the data is used. So even though the data is de-identified, there's still a separate part of the consent about willingness to use it for real-world research. And it's not required in order to do the first part of the process, which is creating your account and collecting all your medical records together. But now I'm going to go into some additional examples about the types of research that we can do with this data. And I'll just start with what this actually can look like at the individual level. So this is a visually busy view, but this is showing an example data set from one individual participant in the registry. So if you look along the top, there's a horizontal timeline beginning at the diagnosis of intrahepatic cholangiocarcinoma. And at the bottom part, there's a box that's connected to it that includes a lot of detail around things that were determined during the diagnostic workup, so that there was a metastasis to the lymph nodes, that the clinician declared it to be surgically unresectable, that it was stage 4, and biomarker data as well. And then in addition, there was a liver biopsy done that provides histology, biomarkers, and grading information. So that sort of sets the stage for the characteristics of this cancer. But now we can also look at what treatment was provided in this case. So in the middle part of this view, there's some horizontal lines, and you see a gemcitabine, you see a cisplatin, and then eventually you see a durvalumab that began about a year later. So we have the timing of when medications were given, but we also have these adverse events. So in the pinkish color, the fatigue, the peripheral neuropathy. So we're collecting this information that speaks to tolerability. And now moving back to the top, you see these diamonds, disease status. So here's where the clinician was documenting in the medical records that there was a partial response, and then it was stable for a while. And then you see after the addition of the durvalumab, a partial response again. So we can imagine collectively, as we pull together all of these different individual treatment journeys and cancer journeys, we can start to ask and answer some really interesting and impactful questions. So the data that we collect can be organized into 3 categories of clinical characteristics, of interventions, and of outcomes. And taken together, we can do things like characterize the diagnostic journey. You know, what is the time between diagnosis and biomarker testing? And I'll show you some data on that a little later on. We can look at the real-world utilization of different interventions. So what types of therapies are being given, when is surgery being used, and so on. And ultimately, we can begin to calculate endpoints around efficacy, so looking at the time between the start of an intervention and a change in status. And then finally, we can look at tolerability, so looking at the impact of adverse events on how long the medications are being taken. So now I want to go into 4 short stories about some different ways that the registry data set is already being used to move the field forward. And so the first is providing a broader view of clinical trial data. So earlier this morning, we had a nice overview of the SWOG 1815 clinical trial. And so this trial was designed in order to test or to compare between the gemcitabine plus cisplatin compared to the gemcitabine plus cisplatin plus Abraxane in first-line treatment. And the outputs of this trial are looking at the effectiveness and the safety to compare them. And as we heard earlier, over 400 individuals participated in this research study. But given that these chemotherapies are pretty broadly in use already in the community, many more individuals have actually received these 2 regimens that didn't necessarily participate in this clinical trial. So pulling all of their data from medical records into this platform and making it into this structured data set, what can we learn from their experiences? So I'll take a minute to walk through the visual here, but this is based on a starting population of 150 registry participants, and we're looking at the duration of treatment. And the reason we're looking at the duration of treatment is that it speaks to both efficacy, because if there is good efficacy, you would expect people to stay on treatment longer, potentially, And if there's a progression, you expect a change in treatment. But it also speaks to tolerability, because the other main reason that a treatment can change is because of toxicity. So we can measure the duration of treatment in our data because we have the dates that medications were started and the dates that they were ended. And what you see on the right-hand side of this graph here, you see all these horizontal bars. And the set up at the top that says GEM Cisabrax, each one of those rows is an individual participant in the registry, their experience on that therapy. And the length of the row, or the bar out to the right, is the duration that they were on that therapy, and the color coding is how their response was as declared by the clinician. Was there a response, a stable, or a progression? And then the bottom part of this chart is showing for the GEM Cis. So you can see, first of all, you probably noticed there's a lot of variation across this. Some is really short, some is much longer. But if you look at the statistics of it, in fact, we don't see a statistically significant difference between these two. The other thing we can look at is the outcomes specifically. So as I mentioned, we did that color coding for progression, stable, and response. We can run the statistics on this as well and see that there was not in this data set a statistically significant difference in the patterns of first response for these individuals. And similarly, on the right-hand side, looking at the time from when they started the medication to the first progression that they had, no statistically significant difference. And so this analysis was done in October of last year, and in January, when the results came out, they were directionally the same in finding no statistically significant difference between here. So I think this speaks to a use case of this data, particularly for looking at regimens or treatments that are already being actively used. And so the next type of thing that we can do is inform clinical trial development and design. And so here I'm providing an example for FGFR2 fusion. So, multiple pharmaceutical companies are actively working in this space. There have been numerous clinical trials. 3 different medications have launched. Many people in our registry have, participated either in trials or in approved use of these therapies. How can we take this information together and start to inform things like R&D, clinical trial design, so that we can help get to better, faster development for the next generation, not just of FGFR2 inhibitors, but any class of therapy. And so here what I'm showing is, again, from a subset of 150 individuals. Each row that you see in this table is a participant in the registry, the fusion, specific fusion of FGFR2 that was found in their cholangiocarcinoma. And so the next column is the date that they were diagnosed. The time to test is the time from their diagnosis to the time that they had the FGFR2 testing. And then what you see in the next 4 columns, the 1L, 2L, 3L, 4L, this is about the lines of therapy. So we want to look at what point in their treatment journey did they receive an FGFR2 inhibitor, and what was their outcome. So where you see an X, it just means that they received some treatment. It's not specified in this visual, but they had something, and then they went on. And where you see the text is where they received an FGFR2 therapy. And the color coding shows what their outcome was. And so, again, you can imagine as we expand this data set, we can start to ask interesting questions about, does the type of fusion partner seem to matter in terms of outcome on specific types of FGFR2 therapies? For those that are developing these medications, they can consider what line of therapy might be most appropriate for them to run their clinical trials in. And they can also understand, what people are already doing, so they can consider whether they might want to compete in a certain setting versus see if they can, their drug can work in say a resistance setting for another therapy. So the third thing is along similar lines, but this is looking more broadly across a class of therapy that has had a lot of active exploration. So multiple immunotherapies, and here I'm specifically referring to checkpoint inhibitor immunotherapies. These have been explored across many different solid cancer types, including cholangiocarcinoma, and they've been tried out in multiple different settings. So on their own, in combination with other immunotherapies or in combination with chemo, and in different lines of therapy. So what can we learn from a holistic view across an entire class of available therapies? And so here the data is separated out by class of regimens. So we have the chemo-immuno combos, we have the immunodoublets, which is the 2 immunotherapies, immunotherapy given by itself as monotherapy, and then immuno-VEGF combinations. And so for each row that we have here, we have the identity of the regimen, we have what line it was given in, the duration when we have that information, the best response stated by the clinician, and the time of progression. So as I mentioned in the other example, we can use this information to understand how these regimens are being used, what might be the most appropriate setting for either specific regimens or classes of regimen. But on the right-hand side, we're layering in biomarkers. So across other tumor types, there are certain biomarkers which are associated with better likelihood of response to the checkpoint inhibitor immunotherapy. So we have the tumor mutational burden, or TMB, the microsatellite unstable, PD-L1 expression, and MMR. So we also provide the data, again from the medical records, about the testing that was done and the results that were found. So you can imagine as we grow this even further, we'll be able to start to answer not just what classes and types of regimens are being used, but if there are potential predictors of better or worse response to certain treatments based not just on biomarkers, but any of the other types of clinical characteristics or prior treatments that we have in the data set can be looked at. And so last but not least, I want to describe this very recent analysis and project that we've been working on. So with the recent availability of multiple new classes of targeted therapies, we know that biomarker testing is so important to have done. And ideally, 100% of people would get it upon diagnosis. And all of them, if their biomarker testing found something, would know that there is a potential option of a matched targeted therapy. And so how can we make sure, or how can we help support that knowledge in the community? Well, within our data set, we can measure the time between diagnosis to biomarker testing. And what you see in this visualization here is chronologically from the date of diagnosis. So back in 2008, the first data point we have, that individual did not receive any biomarker testing for almost 4,000 days after their diagnosis. But of course, as we're moving closer and closer to the present, we're seeing this timing decrease significantly, which is exactly what we want to see. We want to see the time be as short as possible between diagnosis and biomarker testing. And one other thing is in this data, we're not just seeing the timing of the biomarker testing, we're seeing the results as well. And because we're also collecting information about the medications that are being used from the medical records, we can take a look and see for those that had a targetable biomarker detected in the data, was there also the use of a matched targeted therapy? And so this is what I'm showing here from this data set. And so for each one of these mutations or sets of mutations that we looked at that has a matching targeted therapy that can be considered in that setting, the purple-red bar shows the number of individuals where we do not see a matched targeted therapy in their data, whereas the bluish-green one shows where there is a matched targeted therapy in the data. So you probably notice that the red bars seem really high. And in fact, collectively across this data set, over 50% did not have evidence of a matched targeted therapy, which of course sounds really concerning when you first see that. But we're able to go into the data and look at the broader context, and we can see that in fact, the majority of these individuals, the 37, the big piece of the pie chart, they're either in an early stage of disease or they're in a first-line setting for treatment, which means they would not yet be eligible for these treatments because they're approved in the second line or later. And then there's some other reasons that we see where the treatment decision was actually made before the drug was even approved, so that explains why we don't see it there. But in any case, taken together, we can identify actually 62 individuals within the registry data set that, at least at the time of data collection, had not received a targeted therapy for a biomarker that we see in their data. And so a next step is going to be to reach out to these individuals directly to make sure that they have awareness of this biomarker result in their data and encourage them to discuss with their doctors. So, future directions. So, obviously one of the main things that we want to encourage is that the more data that we have in the registry, the more things that we can do. And I was really struck, like yesterday evening and this morning, hearing a couple people speak up and describe a specific of their situation. I had this treatment, or I had this situation. Is there anybody else in the room that has this? And then people raised their hands, which was so amazing to see. But thinking about this data, it can answer exactly those kinds of questions as well. And so I imagine how powerful it would be moving beyond this meeting with hundreds of people to having data sets of thousands and beyond in order to make these connections and to learn from each individual's cancer journey. And so yes, grow the registry data set, increase awareness of the registry, continue partnering with our industry partners so that they can use this data to help advance and accelerate their work. And ultimately support the use of this type of data in, again, going back to this vision, making sure that everyone is able to get the best treatment for their individual situation. So hopefully, if you have not already joined, you're now wondering, how do I join? Right after this session, and actually throughout the next 3 days, you can find our table outside. Just walk out and to the left. You can find Connor and Stephanie if you want to raise your hands there with any questions. You can go to this website and you can email me directly or Connor on my team. So thank you all so much.
Okay, so we have some time for questions. I want to just say I want to say a couple things. One, I want to ask Matt if you would share with the patients. You've shared what you're collecting. Can you share what you and Dr. Roberts and the group, what you hope to get from the GWAS that might help inform you on research, or what the patients will understand from the GWAS? And then I have a question for Amanda, and then we can please get your questions ready.
Yeah, so I think the key takeaways to the genome-wide association study would be that we identify specific genetic markers for risk or predisposition to cholangiocarcinoma. So we can use that data to hopefully develop a better screening test or an earlier diagnostic test, or it may provide additional insight into targeting specific treatment options. But I think the biggest outcome that we're looking to achieve is developing better diagnostic tests or earlier diagnostic tests, identifying those at risk so we can potentially intervene before the individual develops cholangiocarcinoma.
Perfect, thank you.
Can I just ask a follow-up question about that? So how do you plan to take into consideration the other risk factors? Are you just hoping that the large numbers will make the work, or which kind of statistical considerations would you use?
Yeah, so factoring in the other risk factors is we collect a patient demographic form for this group, but then when we do with our institutions that we partner with, we have a larger, I think it's an 11-page clinical data repository of risk factors, clinical features, things of that nature, so we can hopefully control for those additional risk factors in our analysis. And we have a great team at the NCI for one, but also Baylor College of Medicine, who's helping with kind of some of those finer analysis details.
And you will collect them longitudinally, right? So
no, so these collections are just one data
just
point.
One
Yep,
okay.
one off.
Okay, so I just want to say one thing to all the patients and caregivers. I know that this is a situation that you find yourself in that you feel like you're completely out of control. You have no control over what's happening. And there are certain things, and that is a very difficult situation to be in. But there are some things that you can control. Being a participant in patient-powered research gives you the control to help us figure things out. The data that is being collected by Mayo Clinic The foundation's been supporting that work for 10 years. This is the 10th anniversary of us supporting that work. It's really important. And our relationship with Invitae Citizen, this is a 4-year relationship. And if we can work together as a community, if all the patients we know put their data in there, and then the researchers can have access to that information, and then in certain situations then as well, the pharmaceutical companies can have access to that information, then we can start really getting somewhere. And the dream is that we have enough patients in there that we don't have to do randomized trials, that we could have a synthetic control arm, which means there would be enough data in that data set that these clinical trials we could really accelerate the research and really get to answers so much quicker. So please, if you are feeling like things are not within your control, these are 2 things that you can do today and tomorrow and Friday that help you feel like you are participating in what's happening, not just to you, but to all of the patients globally. So just wanted to say that. So does anyone have questions for the patient registry, for Amanda, or for the GWAS study? Yes, please, go ahead.
Hi, this is a question for the patient registry. Amanda, we were at a table earlier this morning, but I was wondering, that amazing data that you have, is it available to anybody to look up, or does it only come out when you do research studies? Is it something that we should be, making sure our doctors know about to be looking at? If you could provide more information on how that data is able to be viewed, that would be great.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a great question. I love that. So currently, we're a little bit more in the traditional pathway of publishing and presenting at conferences and working towards publications, but I would love for the insights to be kind of immediately available and freely available. So I think that's something we'll continue to actively push forward.
Yeah, we're working on that, and the foundation will be putting out the aggregate de-identified data. But patients who participate can see their entire record, all of their information, but the foundation will be pushing out that aggregate data so that the patients have better insights to what's going on there. And we hope that we'll have a dashboard so that the patients can look for insights as well. So, coming. Dr. Iyer.
Hi, I had 2 questions about the registry. One was, how does it work for the collection of longitudinal data? Are you continuously able to just collect that, or do you have to sort of continuously email the patient to get them to send their information?
Yes, so at the point that we initiate the collection, it's of course retrospective back in time, but we do refresh periodically in the future, depending on project requirements or the type of analyses that we're looking to do. And that does not involve the patient having to do anything, however, other than tell us if they have any new sites of care that they didn't have already.
They just click a box, and then Invitae does that for them.
That's great. My second question was whether, I'm assuming you collect the date that they join the registry, which may be very different than the date of diagnosis. I'd be very interested to know whether biomarker testing was, in someone who'd been diagnosed 2 years ago, then they join the registry and then shortly thereafter get biomarker testing, because it seems like, getting involved with the foundation, you learn about the registry, you learn about biomarker testing, and suddenly all those things fall into place.
Yes, and I think we actually could do that analysis with the information we have, and I have to hypothesize that based on what we see from the past couple of years, with so many registry participants having their testing done within 30 days, I have to imagine that a lot of it is due to the education from CCF on the importance of this.
Thank you.
Laura? Kiara, any questions?
Someone asked me a question earlier today, and I think I'll kind of reframe it because I think it's applicable for the registry. So the question came up if they have a finding, and the standard of care changes 2 years from now, or something comes up. Is participation in the registry, do you get a blast about something having changed that may affect you?
Not yet, but we absolutely would want to do that. And in fact, that last example that I was describing with the looking for the biomarkers, I think that's sort of the first run at that type of thing, which is, hey, look, we see something in the data. Things may have changed since this time. We want to make sure that you're aware of the latest.
I was interested in my name is Jean. I was interested in the differences between the intra and the extrahepatic and the patterns in the DNA, and that you're looking to get data on intra and extra. What's happened with the perihilar? Is that part of extra? Where is that in between state? And what do you know about it as different from either intra or extra?
Yeah, there's a little bit of echo up here, but the question was, what's the difference between, you said perihilar versus compared to intrahepatic, or the difference between them? Yeah, I guess that's a good question. So we broadly classify the perihilar along with the distal cholangiocarcinoma. So those are all lumped into the extrahepatic cholangiocarcinoma for analysis. But I think that would be an interesting subgroup to look at, just the perihilar, and see if there's any similarities between the intrahepatics, since they are more closely, I guess, in the human anatomy, they're more closely related. But that's something we have not looked at.
So I think that if there are no more questions, we will close the session now. So we are now heading to the break, and we will meet back here at 3:50. And we would like to ask a favor, if everyone could join outside the ballroom so that we can take a group photo, that would be very appreciated. Thank you.
No lights. Is it on? Hi, everyone. We're going to get started with the next segment of our section. My name is Paige Griffith. I'm a nurse practitioner at Johns Hopkins. I also have the privilege of being the chair of the Nursing Advisory Board of the Cholangiocarcinoma Foundation. So what we wanted to do today was do two small segments that break down some more information. I know you guys have had a lot of information, and I'll let them introduce their segments, but I wanted to introduce myself, what the Nursing Advisory Board is, and then the members that we have on our team. So the Nursing Advisory Board is a group of advanced practice providers. So this is nurse practitioners, physician assistants, and nurses who specialize in the care of patients with cholangiocarcinoma throughout the country, with the goal to improve outreach and education for patients and those who care for patients with cholangiocarcinoma. Our hope is to have more members on board that can reach throughout the country at small centers, big centers. And so if anybody has a nurse or advanced practice provider that they think might be interested in, please reach out to the CCF. So I introduce myself. I care for patients with HCC and cholangiocarcinoma at Johns Hopkins Hospital, like I said. On our board, we have Leslie Swanson. She's a nurse practitioner in medical oncology at the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center in Seattle, Washington, and she's going to present today, as well as Jen Wild, who is an MSN RN in GI medical oncology at UCSF Helen Diller Cancer Center in San Francisco, California. Two other members that are here sitting in the back with us. We have Julie Palmer-Hoffman. She's a nurse practitioner in palliative care at the Smilow Cancer Center at the Yale New Haven Medical Center in New Haven, Connecticut. And lastly, we have Caitlin Musto, who's a physician assistant in interventional radiology and transplant surgery at the Mayo Clinic in Jacksonville, Florida. So we cover a lot of different groups. We're really proud of what we've accomplished and hope that we can reach more of you. So, Leslie.
Thanks, Paige. My name is Leslie Swanson. I'm a nurse practitioner from Seattle, Washington. It's great to be here with all of you today back in my home state.
We are going to take the next 10 to 15 minutes to look at the treatment landscape for cholangiocarcinoma. Some of this is going to be a little bit of a review as we've talked about some of the information, but hopefully we'll touch on a few new things. So just a brief background, cholangiocarcinoma encompasses all tumors originating from the tissue of the bile duct. Based on their location, we can classify them as either intrahepatic or extrahepatic. Extrahepatic cholangiocarcinoma is more common than intrahepatic cholangiocarcinoma and accounts for approximately 70 to 80% of cases. Our perihilar cholangiocarcinomas, which occur at or near the junction of the left and right hepatic ducts, are the most common type of extrahepatic cholangiocarcinoma. So the first part after being diagnosed is looking at staging. We traditionally have our stage 1, 2, 3, 4, which we often hear when we find a family member or friend that's diagnosed with cancer. When we think about how we approach treatment of cholangiocarcinoma, sometimes I feel it's easier to divide it up into buckets, looking at whether it's resectable, meaning can we remove this tumor with surgery, or is it unresectable, locally advanced, meaning that the tumor is not spread to other sites, but it may be too difficult to remove. Or we have our metastatic disease, meaning it's spread to other locations. The way we determine which bucket we fall into is determined by, one, the primary size of the tumor, whether there's presence of regional or distant lymph node metastases, vascular or surrounding structure involvement that may make surgery more challenging, or the presence of distant metastases. In order to accomplish staging, we utilize imaging, with the standard being a CT chest and a multi-phase contrast-enhanced CT or MRI of the abdomen and pelvis. I commonly get asked about PET CTs, which are not currently the standard, but they may be considered if there's an equivocal finding on prior imaging. And then also an important part of staging is biomarker and tumor marker testing. Often this is like your CA 19-9. This slide is just a quick summary, kind of another way to approach that initial question, is this disease resectable? About 80% of cases at the time of diagnosis are unresectable, leaving about 20% of patients able to proceed with surgery. So when we talk about surgery, surgery is the only potential curative treatment for patients with resectable disease. The goal of surgery is a complete resection with negative margins, meaning that when we remove that tumor, there is a border of clear cells that are negative for cancer. We also look at regional lymphadenectomy and making sure that we leave behind an adequate future liver remnant so that patient can continue to live with a functioning liver. Surgical management is based on the location and the extent of the tumor. It's done in the absence of distant or metastatic disease, and it is very strongly recommended that evaluation at a high-volume cancer center that specializes in cholangiocarcinoma. Unfortunately, even after surgery, approximately 50% of patients will have recurrence of their cancer within the first year. So how do we improve outcomes for patients so that these surgeries can lead to longer lives and more time with friends and family? Chemotherapy or neoadjuvant chemotherapy given prior to surgery helps improve outcomes by increasing the chances of a successful surgery and reducing the risk of cancer recurrence. This is not quite standard yet. However, we often are having these conversations on a multidisciplinary team for patients with high-risk factors, including larger tumor sizes, vessel involvement, or higher tumor markers at the time of diagnosis. So after surgery, we also have the potential to intervene and help prevent the cancer from coming back. And the way we do this is by giving adjuvant chemotherapy. There have been a few trials that have provided evidence to support the use of adjuvant chemotherapy. The BILCAP study has the highest level of data supporting its use. And based off of that data, the international guidelines recommend 6 months of adjuvant capecitabine or an oral chemotherapy course. There have been some studies, however, the data is limited and not quite clear on the use of concurrent chemoradiation. So the current recommendation is to use this on an individual basis. For example, patients who have margin-positive disease. So let's get to the 80% of patients that are diagnosed with unresectable and metastatic cholangiocarcinoma. Once that surgery is not determined to be possible, biopsy is recommended to confirm diagnosis. That biopsy is also very helpful in terms of setting the stage for future treatment to come. We know that cholangiocarcinomas, particularly our intrahepatic cholangiocarcinomas, are molecularly diverse. And it's very important to obtain molecular testing at the time of diagnosis. This testing should include microsatellite instability, mismatch repair testing, tumor mutational burden, and then other additional molecular testing like NTRK gene fusion, FGFR2, IDH1, HER2, and many more. Using next-generation sequencing allows for testing of many genes with one test, and by completing this testing, patients with specific genomic mutations may be eligible for targeted treatments. So when we break down the principles of treatment for advanced cancer, the mainstay of treatment is systemic therapy, and that could either be chemotherapy, immunotherapy, targeted agents, or clinical trials. Radiation, either palliative or in combination with chemotherapy, could be considered. All patients should be evaluated by a multidisciplinary team prior to initiating treatment. Palliative radiation may be utilized to help manage symptoms associated with local tumor effects. There's currently limited clinical trial data to define a standard regimen or definitive benefit of chemoradiation. We have external beam radiation or stereotactic body radiation therapy concurrent with chemotherapy that may be utilized in hilar cholangiocarcinomas. And then we have our local regional therapies that may be a good treatment option for patients with disease confined to the liver. These local regional therapies have been shown to be safe and effective in a small retrospective series of patients with unresectable cholangiocarcinomas. However, due to the rarity of this disease, none of these local regional approaches have been evaluated in larger random controlled trials. The NCCN guidelines do recommend local regional therapy as a treatment option that may be considered for patients with unresectable disease. And these treatment options can include TACE or Y90. So when we talk about systemic therapy for patients, this was talked about a little bit earlier. For the longest time, we've had gemcitabine and cisplatin, and in 2022, we had the addition of durvalumab after the TOPAZ-1 trial. This is still our first line standard treatment option. In the second line, we have FOLFOX, and in 2021, a phase 2 study suggested some benefit for patients with 5FU plus NAL-ERI. And we will anxiously await the data presented on Sunday regarding the potential for GemCis plus pembrolizumab. This is my favorite slide. It's very busy. It really drives home the fact that our treatment options are growing. And by gathering more information through molecular testing, we open the door to more treatment options. So on the left, we still have our first-line therapies with a combination of chemotherapy plus immunotherapy. And in the second line, for those who don't have any targets, we have our treatments of FOLFOX and 5FU NAL-ERI. However, with molecular testing, we can now identify specific pathways that are driving cancer growth and learn how to directly target them to halt that growth, control the cancer while sparing normal cells, and reducing the toxic effects of chemotherapy. I want to highlight the FGFR2 fusion, IDH1 mutation. These are our most common. And with our FGFR2 fusions, these drugs had a high response rate in their trials of close to 35%, which is actually better than what our first-line therapies do. So they are very promising for those patients. The IDH1 mutation had a lower response rate. However, it's being used to control the cancer by giving us time where we can have that quality of life, less symptoms, and prolong our lives. And then we have our MSI high patients where we're getting those immunotherapies that we talked about, and we have that great video. And just to summarize, we have many, many factors that influence treatment. Not every case is the same, and that's where this treatment of cancer is changing, where we're trying to do precision medicine, taking patient A and treating their tumor specifically, patient B treating their tumor specifically, because we know that we can't do the same approach to everyone. And so this is just a great way to approach how we make treatment decisions. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I want to thank you all for being here. And I also want to say thank you to my mentors, Dr. Katie Kelly and Dr. John Gordon, who I have the immense pleasure of working with. And they will be here tomorrow. So, great. We're going to start talking about biliary brain metastases. And this presentation, like earlier ones today, is geared specifically for patients and caregivers. If you are interested in any of the scientific numbers and graphs and things, feel free to find me later. So first, since many of you have maybe had your surgical resection and did not ever have the unfortunate news that you have a metastasis, let's just recap really quickly for some of you. What is a metastasis? Cancer.gov, the NCI, defines it as cancer that spreads from where it started and moves to a distant part of the body. How does this happen? The primary cancer, so in this case biliary, it jumps on the highway and it looks for a really nice off-ramp that maybe takes it to a new place for a new settlement. And it takes these highways in the sense that it's entering your bloodstream or the lymphatic system. When it finds this new place, we call that the metastasis. And the cancer can even, it does all kinds of tricky, sneaky things, but the main thing that it does to sustain its growth is that it makes new blood vessels grow to sustain this new settlement, so to say. Now, crucially, metastasis is not a second cancer. I get this question a lot from newly diagnosed patients. Does this mean I have bile duct cancer and lung cancer? And the answer is no. When you have a metastasis, we still consider it to be the primary cancer, meaning if you were to biopsy a metastasis and if you were to compare the slides in a lab, we would see that the cells look almost the same. You know, they don't look like lung cells or brain cells. They still look like biliary cancer cells. Cholangiocarcinoma most commonly enjoys metastasizing to liver and lungs if it metastasizes, and also to the peritoneum, which is a word for the lining that kind of holds all your things together in your gut. It kind of lines the bowl of your abdomen, keeps everything in place. But less commonly, although well known, we know that cholangio also likes to spread to the bones and rarely to the brain. So now I would like to share some of the research that I've worked on with Dr. Kelly. This was a retrospective data analysis, meaning there was no treatment involved. We don't have control groups in this type of a study. A retrospective data analysis is when we look at the data that we've collected in the past and say, what is the story the data is trying to tell us? So this was a collaboration actually with Stanford, who are right down the road from us, with Dr. Gebhardt, who's a neurosurgeon there. And we were able to combine 3 different databases of information, 1 from Stanford and 2 from UCSF. And between these 3 databases, we had information going back for a total of 30 years. Even in this huge database, we only found 15 patients that had definitely had primary biliary cancers that had metastasized to the brain. 10 of them were cholangio and 5 of them were gallbladder. Now they are super rare, but they are generally a very poor prognostic indicator. So first in the Stanford study, that data set gave us, I believe it was 3,500 cases of solid tumor brain mets. And so from this data set, we're looking at all of the different tumors that had spread to the brain. How many of those patients were biliary. The majority of them are lung, breast, and melanoma, which altogether, those three diagnoses, I think accounted for about 75% of all brain mets. Only 0.17% account for biliary. Now, if we look at data from the other direction, if we look at all of the biliary cancer patients that came through UCSF in a 30-year period, regardless of whether they were metastatic at all, regardless of where they were metastatic to, only about 0.85 to 1.43% of them had brain mets at some point in their cancer journey. So these are both very small numbers, but significant. Not something we can ignore, not something we can say is just a fluke. And unfortunately, 2/3 of all these patients passed away within 90 days of the discovery of their brain mets. The median overall survival for these brain met patients was only 57 days. There were some patterns that we recognized among this data set. So there were two main what I'll call inclinations, I guess, or like things people had in common. One of them is that people had high-grade tumor histology. This means that when we look at the cells from your cancer on a microscope, how well differentiated are they? When your cancer is well differentiated, we call that low grade, and it means that you can see that, okay, they're cancer cells, but they don't look that different from your normal cells. You can tell where one cell ends and another cell begins. Whereas poorly differentiated or undifferentiated cancers, we call those high grade, and those look very, very different from your normal cells on a microscope. They sometimes are so poorly differentiated that you can't tell where one cell ends and the next one begins. They have extremely, they may have polymorphic nuclei. They look weird. So if you have high-grade histology, that typically means you have poorly differentiated cancer. And we found that 80% of the brain mets patients had high-grade pathology, whereas if you look at all biliary cancer, only about 40% of all of our biliary cancer patients have high-grade. The other interesting characteristic is that 86% of these patients were female, and this does support other research in this that has tried to look at the demographics of who gets biliary brain mets. Our study was, to our knowledge, the first one that looked at the representation of biliary brain mets among all solid tumor brain mets. And it is importantly one of the only studies that is more than just a singular case study of one person who had brain mets in the United States. There are some other case studies that look at multiple patients in the same paper, but many of those studies are not from the United States. They're from other parts of the world, and many of them are very small. They're case studies that only look at 1, 2, or 3 patients and don't really have a large data set to tell us a bigger picture. So 86% of them being female. Other studies, one of them, 50% were female, but all the other studies, case studies and retrospective analyses were either majority female or was just a single case study and the person was female. To compare and put this into context, about 56% of biliary cancer patients are female. So this is a very significant overrepresentation of female patients. So early detection is really important when you hear me say this really sad statistic about the overall survival being less than 3 months for most people. So what are the symptoms? What are the warnings that I should be looking for? Most of these things on this slide are related to or believed to be related to the increased intracranial pressure. So when you have this tumor in your brain, it's creating this increased pressure on some of your nerves and on some of the other structures in your brain, which can cause nausea, especially when you first wake up, headache, especially when you are vasovagal maneuvering or waking up or sneezing or coughing, vision changes, specifically vision changes that are sporadic or intermittent or may seem positional depending on how you're sitting or standing. Focal neurologic deficits, meaning you may have weakness in just one of your limbs or in a part of your face or your tongue, and personality changes. I think in our case studies, the most common problems were these vision changes, were sometimes the first things that people noticed, and also what we call in medical terminology AMS, or altered mental status, where a person's personality changes, maybe they're a little confused, maybe a little more reserved when they're normally more animated and more engaged. So what can we do for this? Unfortunately, this is an area where we need to do more study, but we're really focused here on palliative treatments. And by palliative, I don't necessarily mean hospice, although that is a conversation that should happen at this time point when a person is found to have brain mets. But by palliative, we mean how do we try to control the symptoms as much as possible? Corticosteroids play an important role. Some people also get radiation therapy to their brain. And we also, at this point, want to engage hospice if we have not already. Sometimes we use irinotecan-based chemotherapy because irinotecan can cross the blood-brain barrier, although not all patients are functionally well enough to receive irinotecan. And surgery is not advised at this point. So you might be saying, when I rehearsed this for my husband, he goes, well, that's delightful. So why am I telling you all this if it's so rare? Because it's something that you should know what to look for. It's like safety preparedness. You always want to know where your emergency exits are, how to get off the plane when an emergency is happening, but how often are you going to be in a plane crash in your life? Hopefully never, probably never. It's very rare that you will get brain mets. I hope that nobody in this room ever gets brain mets, but you could, and it's important to know what to look for so that you can act quickly. Additional discussion from the study, we may expect that the incidence of brain mets will go up in the future because as we have all these targeted treatments and people are living longer lives, there's more time for them to potentially develop brain mets when in decades past they might have already passed away because we didn't have these life-extending treatments the way we do now. We don't know yet if there are any links to tumor genetics. Many of the patients described in our case series had mutations, but many different mutations. There was no pattern identified there. And we also should study what different survival benefits there may be from different treatments, from different kinds of radiation versus different kinds of corticosteroids in combination with radiation. So in summary, brain mets are rare. They affect females more than males. They do carry a very poor prognosis in terms of time remaining from the time point of diagnosis of the brain met. And the takeaway message here is that, especially if you're a female patient and you know you have high-grade tumor pathology, you should tell your oncology team if you have new neurologic symptoms. And I believe now we're taking questions, right? Thank you.
Oh, there it is. I think, thank you to both of you for presenting that. I think brain metastasis has come up more frequently. Some of our clinical trials that we have had have included brain imaging as a baseline, and so why is that included, and this is why. So I think it's an important topic. I know it's not one that many people want to talk about, but we're seeing it more and more frequently in clinical trial screening eligibility also.
I have a question from a patient who is asking if chemo fails and now they have mets, does that make them no longer eligible for surgery? Do they have any stats on this?
Can I clarify the question?
You can.
So meaning if they initially qualified for surgery for their for their cholangiocarcinoma and then they find that they have a brain metastasis, would they still do the liver surgery? I think typically in most cases no, because patients don't go to surgery if they have metastatic disease. There are surgeons that would do so depending on symptoms. If if you can have surgery to treat the brain metastasis, that would be a rare incidence where you can do more aggressive therapy in the brain that they would use for other types of cancers like surgery, which isn't typically recommended if there's widely metastatic disease. But I would say in most of these cases, patients are not going to have a locally resectable tumor in addition to a brain metastasis.
Yeah, that's a great question. I know that in other solid tumor areas, they do sometimes do partitioning where there is some, we can't go into it right now, but it's a brain surgery. But for our patients, a lot of these patients in the studies, they have cerebrospinal fluid that shows they have, their cancer is spread. It's not just one tumor, it's kind of, you could resect it, but it's going to come back, and then the risks and benefits of surgery versus the amount of time you have left, and do you really want to spend that time in rehabilitation? And yeah, it's a I don't think a great option.
Thank
But
you.
great question.
He'll turn it on in the back. Just go ahead.
When you're looking at the pathology after a liver resection and you're seeing perineural involvement, are you seeing more brain mets with that?
That's a great question. I don't think there was a difference with, and you said with hilar involvement, was that the?
Perineural involvement.
Oh, I'm
No,
sorry.
perineural.
I'm sorry. No, there is no difference if there's perineural invasion. No. Great question though, because
I
of
see
the
the
keyword.
link.
Yeah.
Any other questions for the Nursing Advisory Board members? If you've got questions, this is the time to get them answered. Got your experts up front. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yep.
Those of us who are nurses, not advanced practice nurses, how is it that we can help you? I'm a patient, I am a doctorally prepared nurse. How do we help you reach patient constituents that we have access to, or care providers that I teach, as my example, to get more information out? What would you want us to do?
I think a lot of what we need from the patients and the caregivers is wondering what you do actually need. Where are the deficits of the information that already exists? I think the CCF website is one of the best initial resources, and how can we expand from that? But I don't know that we know what, we think we cover things well, certainly, but there's obviously gaps, and ones that are patient-focused, not so broad, not so scientific, and I think that's what we're trying to reach. So, I pose that question back to you all, is what are those gaps that you need from, whether it's the time of diagnosis or is, there's a lot of stuff from initial diagnosis done by CCF, but is it stuff for later on in treatment? Is it support, palliative care, hospice, things like that? I think the perceived gaps and the actual gaps are different.
Because there are several nurse patients who are in treatment or NED or had surgery or not, and I think we can certainly help you guys get your message out.
I would just encourage people to keep asking questions. I know the first couple of visits, when I'm meeting a patient for the first time, those initial visits are overwhelming. You don't hear the information, even though you're being talked to, and for an hour or 2 hours at a time. And oftentimes you go home and then you start thinking of all these questions. And I just encourage patients and family members, and you have a lot of people who care about you, and if they have questions, even if it seems out of the box, bring them up, because that's the only way we drive new research, new care, and how we really can help each individual person.
Sorry, this wasn't about drains and stents. I know that's what the agenda said, and I think some people really wanted that, but.
There will be more on stents and drains.
Any more questions?
Thanks.
Please welcome to the stage Ryan Fields.
Okay, so it is now my pleasure to introduce Ryan Fields, who is the Chief of Surgical Oncology and the leader of the Solid Tumor Therapeutic Program at the Alvin J. Siteman Cancer Center and the Barnes Jewish Hospital and Washington University. And he will talk to us about the Cancer Moonshot Program with specific reference to the participant engagement and cancer genome sequencing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as a surgeon, I'll say in follow-up to that last session, I'm happy to talk to anyone about drains and stents anytime. Just find us. So it's really my privilege to present today. And as the slides come up here, the title of the talk is an update on our participant engagement in cancer genome sequencing program at Washington University. I'll say PECGS just because it's a mouthful for the whole program, and I'll talk a little bit about what that is and how it synergizes with the Cancer Moonshot. And really importantly, how this is a research program and a research project that, quite frankly, would not be possible without the partnership of the Cholangiocarcinoma Foundation. I can't thank Stacy and Melinda for their partnership, and I mean that in the truest sense of the word. This is a partnership between physicians and researchers, patients and caregivers, and groups like the Cholangiocarcinoma Foundation. So no conflicts of interest or disclosures, no off-label use. Let's go back to the Cancer Moonshot, which I'm sure many in this room are familiar with. The original Cancer Moonshot back in 2015. That was when then President Obama turned to then Vice President Biden and told him he was going to have a mission to reduce cancer deaths by 50% over 20 years. And infuse $1 billion of new money into research. And he made Joe kind of in charge of that. And so we go back to 2015, and the first thing that Vice President Biden did was assemble a blue ribbon panel of experts in cancer across the spectrum of basic and translational and public health research, and said, well, how are we going to spend this money? As an update, of course, there's been a reinvigoration of the Cancer Moonshot, kind of round two, that now President Biden is infusing even more money with the goal of reducing cancer deaths by another 20%, by another 50% over the next 20 years. So this momentum continues because of a lot of the success. So I know this is small print, but I put the website down at the bottom as well. This is the Cancer Moonshot page at the National Cancer Institute. If you go on there, you can see the initiatives that the Blue Ribbon Panel identified across the spectrum of cancer research, everything from pediatric cancers to tumor atlases, all sorts of initiatives. And the initiative that I'm going to focus on, this is a list of all of them, is the one that was to establish a network for direct patient engagement. This is where gaps in research were identified, where patients and participants, people in this audience, caregivers, were not as actively engaged in research as they could or should be, and that was making the research have a lot of gaps. This is the link on that direct patient engagement website, and this is where the PECGS initiative or Cancer Moonshot program came from. And when we at Washington University were thinking about this goes back to, again, 2015, 2016, as this matured, we really wanted to look at cancers in line with the PECGS program that were either rare and understudied cancers, or were cancers where specific demographics within that cancer group were rare, understudied, and underrepresented. So around that time is when I really started to have interaction quite a bit with the Cholangiocarcinoma Foundation, and of course the Mutations Matter campaign that they initiated, which is just a paradigm for how we think about cancer now in 2023 with routine sequencing and making patients aware of that so that they push that amongst their physicians and their team. And part of the gap that the PECGS and Cancer Moonshot program identified was patients with rare and understudied cancers were very reluctant to participate in clinical trials at times, and for some, and in a lot of ways, they were reluctant to participate specifically in clinical trials that involved cancer genome sequencing. And it was relatively unclear why this was the case. The observation was made, but the reasons were not well understood. Some of that may have been related to what you do with that data. Is my genetic sequencing going to end up in the hands of an insurance company or an employer? What does it mean for my family members? Things like that. But again, these were kind of gestalts that people had, but not necessarily hadn't been studied all that well. This is kind of verbiage from the PECGS website to study cancers in minority populations and understudied cancers, to increase recruitment of these populations to research so we can learn more about these cancers, to improve healthcare, promote and support direct engagement of diverse and underrepresented cancer patients. So when they put out the RFA for funding, this is pretty broad. I mean, you could imagine this is pretty broad language. You could really come up with a lot of ways to do this. So this was our program. Again, it's small, but a big part, small print, but a big part of what we're studying is cholangiocarcinoma. We're also studying colorectal cancer in Black patients under the age of 50 and multiple myeloma in Black patients. These are two cancer types that are more common than cholangio, but in those patient populations, very understudied and very not understood why they respond differently to different treatments. In big part, a lot of the studies in those cancer types are overrepresented by predominantly white upper class populations. So again, that's where the gap exists. And as many probably remember from a couple weeks ago in some of the new cancer metrics, the early onset colorectal cancer under the age of 50 increased from 10 to 20% of all colorectal diagnosis relatively recent over the past 10 years. So this is an increasing issue. So I'm going to focus on cholangiocarcinoma, of course. These slides are familiar to people in terms of the incidence of cholangiocarcinoma, the outcomes, and the importance of genetic mutations, as was touched upon in the last session and many are aware of. So we really want patients with cholangiocarcinoma, of course, to undergo genetic testing, to be able to participate in studies that involve genomics, and do that in a way that represents the broad population of cholangiocarcinoma. This is our team. So I'm privileged to work with an incredible group at Washington University. The principal investigators include myself, Graham Kolditz, who's the head of our Division of Public Health Sciences. He's an internationally known cancer epidemiologist who came from the Harvard system many years ago and has been at WashU for a long time. Bettina Drake, another one of my colleagues who's in public health sciences, a world-renowned expert in cancer health disparities and public health cancer research. And then Li Ding, who's been instrumental in basically putting cancer genomics on the map. She's been one of the leaders of the TCGA project. She's led, too many to count, large-scale sequencing projects for cancer genomics. So proud to be a member and ride on the coattails of an all-star team. We have 3 units of our team. So there's this in red, green, and blue here. The PEU is the Participant Engagement Unit. Standing over by the door, Hassani Bland. Hassani, raise your hand over there. And Danielle Grasso. Hassani and Danielle really lead our recruitment efforts. They have a table outside here. They'll be around for the meeting and really are a direct point of contact for how we recruit patients into this study. The EOU is a unit that's led by Dr. Drake. Jessica Mozerski, I don't know if I see Jessica out in the crowd, is here, and she's standing in the back. And Erin Lindberger, Erin is here, yep, out in the back. And where's Brianna? Is Brianna back there as well? So these are 3 of our team members who really, with Bettina, lead the EOU. This is how we are going to evaluate patients that are part of this study. To again understand the impact of participating in this study. And then the GCU is kind of the scientific arm of this, led by Dr. Ding, that's going to do all this incredible sequencing and work to learn more about cholangiocarcinoma in unprecedented ways. Here's the kind of meat and potatoes of why I'm in front of you all today. You see the cholangiocarcinoma logo on there. You also see Fight Colorectal Cancer, the Multiple Myeloma Research Foundation, the other 2 patient advocacy arms. We can't do this research in these rare and understudied populations and cancers without partnership with groups like the Cholangiocarcinoma Foundation. So as you'll see, as we've gotten this off the ground in the past year or 2, it's been because of the Cholangiocarcinoma Foundation, because of the webinars that we've done, because of the outreach, because of Melinda's involvement in our patient advisory board, and to be able to reach out to patients and participants and recruit them into this study requires that partnership. This is all really small print, and this is purposefully to show you that what we're going to be doing is a lot of very complex analysis. with tissue that is already obtained from patients with cholangiocarcinoma. So as we recruit patients from around the country, which we can do a number of different ways, including at the meeting here and through our partners around the country at different cancer centers, it doesn't require any visits for patients to come to St. Louis, to Washington University. It requires a lot of web-based, phone-based, mail-based, video-based interaction with Danielle and Hassani and our recruitment team, and then with the EOU with survey work and focus groups and follow-up. So we do the legwork to get biopsies that have been done that are already in pathology labs to be able to do all the sophisticated genomics that we used to not really be able to do off small biopsies or tumor samples that were preserved in formalin or were not fresh. But we can do an incredible amount, and Lee is really on the tip of the spear leading with advancing this science so that we can do more with less, incredible amounts to learn about the tumor microenvironment, how immunotherapy works, how cancer genomics is important, how different patient populations respond differently to different treatments. So a lot of different things that we're going to do that are unbelievably sophisticated. I think of myself as understanding this, but I barely understand it compared to Dr. Ding and her team's understanding. Again, the partnership with the patient advocacy groups and patients is both for reporting of metrics, recruitment of patients, to return results to patients and understand what that means and how we can do better with that, how informed consent works. One of the most exciting things we were excited that our IRB allowed us to do is if we approach a patient for this study and they decline, we can follow up with them with kind of a second study that has nothing to do with this study, but really understands why they declined this study. We really want to understand that process because there's barriers that we think we understand, as I alluded to, but we probably don't really. And if we're really going to improve this process of broad representation of cancer clinical trial participation, we need to understand those barriers in a very rigorous fashion, and I think we're going to be able to do that. Again, this is a busy slide of how a patient would kind of work through participating in this process, from recruitment to us obtaining their health records and information, to importing that into our system, to requesting and obtaining tumor biopsies that have already been done, to the interviews and the process of returning results back to patients in different ways that we hope are very understandable and meaningful to patients. And there would be very different ways of returning those results to patients based on their preferences. One of the EOU's projects is a randomized clinical trial of how we will return results to patients to try to see if we can do better than the standard of care. And then this figure is meant to be kind of cyclical, an iterative process of once we find something that maybe we should tweak, we do that and then measure how that impacted things. This is a 5-year grant. We're just really in kind of year one, I would say. When it got funded, it was kind of in the middle of COVID, so we had some challenges with getting it off the ground with hiring and things like that, but we've developed all the surveys. We have our genomic characterization pipeline set up. We have our return of results report that we'll be using. We started enrolling patients in October of 2022, so not too long ago. And we've have had several meetings of our patient advisory groups and as I alluded to, some webinars and things with the Cholangiocarcinoma Foundation. The website, which is shown at the bottom, is up and running for patient information and recruitment. As I mentioned, Danielle and Hassani will be men in the booth that we'll have here for the entire meeting to hope to interact with many of you to recruit patients. I'll be talking with my colleagues at the physician and nurse practitioner and other levels with ways that we can recruit from other centers. And really, it's going to be a partnership. Here's kind of where we stand as of April 5th. You can see cholangiocarcinoma in green represents nearly 2/3 of our patients, and you can see kind of the trajectory of enrolling patients has really gone up quite a bit over the past couple months as we're really starting to ramp up. And now that some of the meetings like this are going on, we really hope this kind of exponentially increases over the next several months and years. Like I said, this is a 5-year initial project, so we're really into kind of year 1.5 and getting things ramped up. There's a picture of Hassani and Danielle. There's the phone number, the website, the email for this program, and again, they'll be outside for the majority of the meeting. It's hard to miss Hassani as well. He's got a great green leather blazer on in the spirit of the foundation, which is fantastic. So we're really excited to work with everyone. And as I sort of finish, we'll have some time for questions here too at the microphones, but you know, on a personal note, it's just been such a privilege to work with this group. When I go back and think, you know, I learned about the Cholangiocarcinoma Foundation really through a patient who I think is familiar to many in this room, Kate Telak, who had cholangiocarcinoma, was from Southern Illinois, moved up to Rochester, New York, and was in the midst of a move, was a young 30-something when this happened, became unbelievably involved with the organization. And as I've kind of seen this organization evolve from a small room to a huge room like this over the years, from the things on the website, the initiatives, Mutation Matters, the dietary program, the exercise programs, all of the information they have for patients, I can tell you it's not a clinic goes by where a patient of mine with cholangiocarcinoma doesn't thank God, thank anyone that this organization exists for them, because they get so much support, information, and follow-up and feedback, and just ways to continue to understand, fight their disease, and in situations like Kate's, also have an opportunity to give back. So I'll just close by saying thank you. We really appreciate the privilege of the podium and the platform here, and really look forward to interacting with so many people today. Thank you. I'll probably just maybe stand here for a few minutes if people do have questions, and then if you don't have direct questions, you know, I'll be around the rest of the couple days, Danielle and Hassani, as I mentioned, so feel free to corner us anytime.
Anyone have questions for Dr. Fields?
Well, we look forward to interacting with everyone. Thank you.
Okay, it's been a great day, and thank you for participating. We've had so many great speakers, and I hope you feel like you've gotten some information that can help you move forward in a positive direction. I hope that you feel the support of the foundation. Just a couple of things I want to remind you of. One is, please take an opportunity to visit the exhibitors, the sponsors who made this conference possible. You have a little bingo card. It's blackout bingo. So go visit the sponsors and get your stamps, and then there's some prizes. So I just want to remind you, the meal room is here. The dinner will start at 6 p.m. In the meantime, if you have time, you may want to go to the patient lounge and rest, or go back to the hotel, whatever you want to do. But there's also the service project on that side. We would love to have your help. Whether it's writing cards, you notice in the basket on your table there are some cards. The artwork that's on those cards was done by patients last year, and so at the conference. So just a simple note, I'm thinking about you, your name, would be so helpful to another patient or to caregivers who receive those kits. And that's what those cards are for. When they're completed, just put them in the other basket, and we'll pick them up, and we put those right into the care kits. Just such a boost to have a little message from someone who's thinking about you. So at 7 p.m. tonight, be sure to come back to this room for a live performance by Sean Patrick. He's a talented musician, singer. He's a liver transplant champ and cholangiocarcinoma cancer defeater. Also, if you are attending the Cancer Moonshot Focus Group, which is with Dr. Fields and his team, that will be held at 5 p.m. in room 150G. There is a speaker dinner in room 250B, and there's a young investigator dinner in room 250A. So if you are not falling into one of those groups, again, then dinner is at 6 in this room. And then after you've finished eating, do a little service project, then come back here at 7 for entertainment. Also, there is a photo area in the meal room. Please take a photo and send it to us, and then we can use it in social media and in other ways. And maybe you just want to show your family that you're here and that you're getting some help, and Tomorrow morning is breakfast is at 7 a.m. and then our sessions start at 8, and I hope you're excited. It is going to be an amazing day. So thank you, and we look forward to seeing you a little later tonight at dinner and also for the entertainment. Thanks all.